Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Net Inclusion. Happy Thursday. Happy post-Valentine's Day. Thank you all for spending these amazing 3 days with us. We're so honored to have you here with us. We've had Laura Breeden emceeing part of this conference. She's emceed previous conferences, but I don't know if you all know that she was recently named to the Internet Hall of Fame. Laura does not only claim a founding board chair of NDIA to her amazing resume, she's also one of the very few women who have influenced the development of the internet. She was one of 9 people named for this honor this year, and the only woman. Big surprise. We are very honored to have Laura doing everything she does for NDIA and everything she has done for us and what she does for all of you. So my friend, my mentor, I turn it over to Laura.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that was coming. Yes, it was an honor. I'll tell you that the Internet Society makes this award, so it's not something that you, the world, vote on or anything like that, but it was a very special honor, and I have to say that I got a lot of help from Yvette. NDIA actually nominated me, so that was very special also, so thank you, Angela, for that introduction. Wow, day 3 of Net Inclusion. This is the day when you hope that you have enough energy to drag that suitcase back to wherever you're going. But you feeling okay? You feeling pretty good about the conference? All right. I will say that we love feedback. The big thing that makes NDIA work is that we listen to you, and we have lots of contributions from the affiliates to our programs and our ideas and everything that we do, really. So we need your feedback, and please be honest, and we love to hear it. The staff will not be reading it over the weekend. Just want to make that clear, but they will take your feedback very seriously, so please give us feedback. Yesterday we found out about the location of the next Net Inclusion. Yes, we are going to Indian country. We will be excited to join Mikhail Sundust and in Gila River, Arizona. I believe there may be a casino associated with the facility where we're meeting. So May 20th to 22nd, 2025. We'll see you there. We also have another announcement about Net Inclusion. Because we're growing so fast, we're planning even further ahead for Net Inclusion 2026. We'll see you in Chicago. Big cheer. Okay, let me give you the dates. February 3rd to 5th. Yes. Bring your winter coat. Okay, some housekeeping announcements and other things. We still have some very cute t-shirts available with a $50 donation, along with the very unusual and pretty embarrassing digital inclusion nerd beanies with pom-pom. They're only available here at Net Inclusion, so act fast. We also want to thank very sincerely our Net Inclusion sponsors. We could not do this conference without them. Special thanks go first to Hometown Leader sponsor. Their sponsorship is part of Project Up, which if you watch the Super Bowl, you may have seen a little bit about. This is the company's $1 billion initiative to reach tens of millions of people with the resources they need to succeed in a technologically advanced world. Project Up builds on more than a decade of Comcast's work to advance digital equity. Thank you, Comcast. Premier sponsors, Alliant, Foundation, ReadyNet, and Verizon. Very important to have their support as well. Terabyte sponsors are Google Fiber and Indeed. And thanks to the rest of our sponsors that you might be seeing on the slides any minute now. These sponsorships help us keep costs low for the attendees and their key contributions toward digital inclusion. If you didn't get a chance earlier this week, it's not too late. Visit the Xfinity Lounge. You can chill out. You can play cornhole. You can charge your phone, get a little snack, and find out more about Comcast's digital equity work. Next door to that, check out the AI Discovery Hub, which is really tremendous fun as well as being educational, powered by Dell Technologies. You can meet digital assistant Tomas and check out 5 demo stations. And thanks to local nonprofit organization HopeWorks, which has been around for almost 25 years now, working with young people. They have I've been around so long that I remember when HopeWorks started. They have offices in Camden, New Jersey, right across the river, and I guess in Philadelphia now. Is that right, HopeWorks? Yes, HopeWorks is nodding. Juan Moreau, who's just joined our board at NTIA, is also signing his book on digital inclusion for kids. If you missed a session and you'd like to go back, you can look at YouTube and on SCED at the collaborative notes. So if you took good notes and you want to load them into SCED, you can do that. It's like a page where anybody can add, and you might find things that you didn't remember about a session, so it's really great. Let's see. Today at 10:30, we will have some Birds of a Feather group meeting. Do you want me to do the bird thing again? That was kind of popular yesterday. I don't usually reveal this at conferences, but it turns out that my birthday, May 14th, is also National Do the Chicken Dance Day. So my granddaughters insist that every time I have a birthday, we do the chicken dance, so I have had a lot of practice. I won't be demonstrating that, though. In room 410, there's a Birds of a Feather on user interface. In 406, there's a group for Latinos. And in 407, a Texas group. I'll repeat those numbers: 410, user interface; 406, Latinos; and 407, a Texas group. And now I am delighted to introduce Anel Sanchez, the Alliant Foundation. She's an associate attorney at Alliant Credit Union. Prior to Alliant Credit, she was a law clerk with the Kavanaugh Law Group. Please join me in welcoming Anel Sanchez.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anel Sanchez, and I'm so excited to be here on behalf of the Alliant Credit Union Foundation, a premier sponsor of Net Inclusion 2024. I've learned so much from you all this week, and I'm so grateful to be here. The foundation was established in 2008 as the charitable arm of Alliant Credit Union. Alliant Credit Union is a fully digital credit union headquartered in Chicago with over $19 billion in assets and over 800,000 members. The foundation's board is made up of credit union employees. I am an attorney on the credit union's legal team, and our general counsel, my boss, Meredith Ritchie, wears many hats at the credit union, and she's also the president of the foundation. Me and a few others on the legal team assist with the administrative aspects of the foundation, so if you've ever sent us an email, you're probably talking to me, Carrie Monroe, or Kathy Swift. As a charitable arm of a fully digital credit union, the foundation is dedicated to assisting programs and organizations that offer services to support digital inclusion. Through grants and investments, we partner with organizations that provide reliable broadband, digital literacy resources, and technology equipment for underserved communities across the country. In 2022, the foundation launched a $250,000 challenge and ended up awarding over $300,000 to 22 organizations. Some of those organizations include NDIA affiliates such as Community Technology Network, CompuDopt, Computer Core, Computer Reach, Everyone On, Free Geek, KC Digital Drive, Mission Ignite, Nonprofit Technology Enterprise Network, PCs for People, Peer-to-Peer University, Tech Goes Home, and STEM Alliance, and also West Hab. Apologies if I missed any of you that received a grant as part of that challenge. These grants impacted people across the country and went towards things like providing free devices, digital skills training, and access to broadband. As a result of the success of that challenge, the foundation announced a $1 million challenge at the end of 2023. The board is now reviewing all of those applications and plans to announce the recipients in March or April of this year. However, the foundation is always accepting grant applications, so if you submit an application after the initial announcement of grantees, the foundation will still review the grant and may decide to issue a grant in the future. You can send those grants to the foundation's email address, which is foundation@alliantcreditunion.org. If you want to stay up to date about all things Alliant Credit Union Foundation, consider becoming a digital inclusion advocate. The foundation recently launched this new Digital Inclusion Advocates program, and as an advocate of the foundation, you will stay up to date about our latest efforts, receive our e-newsletter, and get invited to events sponsored by the foundation. Anyone can join, and for a limited time, Alliant Credit Union will cover your $5 one-time contribution to join. Visit the foundation website, which is alliantcreditunionfoundation.org, or email us at that foundation@alliantcreditunion.com email address to learn more. Thank you all, and I am so excited to be here.
Wow, that is very exciting news. And those grants can make a tremendous difference in getting projects launched and getting equipment refreshed and getting new things to happen that you might not have budgeted for. So really wonderful to hear about that, Annelle, and really urge folks to check that out. This is a great session that's coming up next, or a piece of our agenda. It's one of our favorites every year. We're going to recognize the 2024 Charles A. Benton Digital Equity Champions. This happens every year and has been probably, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years. It's been going on for quite a while. So I would like to introduce Angela Seifer again, and Adrian Furness, who is the head of the Benton Institute for Broadband and Society. And do you want to say?
I'm going to say a few words and then hand it over to her.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Laura. Before I started NDIA, I wanted to do work in this field, but there wasn't really money to do work in this field. So friends and colleagues would tease me about how my email address would kept changing. You know, I'd get a fellowship there for a little bit, I'd get a contract here for a little bit, I'd get a part-time job over there for a little bit, because there was no no full-time job to do this work. Well, there was. I had that for about 13 months, and that ended because then they ran out of money too. But every step in that way, along that way, there was this gentleman, Charles Benton, who was very supportive of me in these weird little ways that I was trying to make a difference in this field that didn't quite exist yet. When I would show up at technology conferences, or in broadband conferences, and he was just always very supportive. As I tried to do things on my own, he would read drafts and give me feedback, and he was just supportive of this general idea of what we're all doing right now. And Charles Benton passed away in 2015, just as we were figuring out how to create this thing called NDIA. So when we held our first conference in 2016, we named our Digital Equity Award after Charles Benton because he was so meaningful to me and to all of us at that time. And then, so I went to his daughter, Adrienne, had taken over his work at what is now called the Benton Institute, and we had this discussion about creating this award in Charles's name. And so we now do this every year together, NDIA and the Benton Institute, and it's an amazing collaboration, being able to identify people in the community that we want to lift up, and it's just really, really heartwarming every time. So the award celebrates commitment and leadership in furthering digital inclusion, from promoting the ideal of accessible and affordable communications technology for all Americans to crafting programs and policies that make it a reality. Since 2016, we have recognized 15 digital equity champions, some of whom are in the room. You know what? Hey, if you're a digital equity champion, maybe you should stand up. Yeah? Oh, there's a few here. Fabulous, thank you so much. And we are thrilled to welcome this year's remarkable attendees. I'm also incredibly grateful for the hard work of the selection committee for this, led by Pamela Rosales from the NDIA team. Pamela, where are you? Yes, thank you, Pamela. And the Benton Institute's Grace Tepper. Grace, are you here also? There's Grace. So they together led this committee that saw all of you nominate an unprecedented number of your peers for this award. I also want to thank Catherine Craig-O'Blanton, Angie Cooper, Shauna Edson, Rebecca Koima, Caitlin Kavaman, Miles Miller, and Gwen Weaver for their participation in that selection committee. Now let me turn the mic over to Adrienne Furniss, my friend, my collaborator. NDIA is fortunate to have Benton Institute as a partner, not only with this award, but really in everything we do.
I think I have to do a little mic adjustment. I always say to Angela when I stand next to her that she may be small of stature, but she is not small on vision. And of course, I look out at this crowd. I was at the 2016 when it was 150 people in the Kansas City Public Library, and I just want you all to give an incredible round of applause to Angela and her team, because look at what they've created, right? So I love being back in Philly. My daughter went to grad school here. And so I'm going to start a little bit about talking about place as a way to set up introducing our really incredible awardees this year. So over the past couple of years, we at the Benton Institute have been thinking a great deal about vision. Now, not Benton's vision, mind you, but the visions of digital equity that states have been tasked with crafting as part of the Digital Equity Act programs. So I am thrilled to be here in Philadelphia with you all this week at the birthplace of our nation, a place where powerful visions for a country were crafted. Here, representatives of what would be the original states gathered to declare, and I know most of you can recite this with me, that the unalienable rights of all men include life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, what strikes me about this powerful vision is that our rights go beyond the right to stay alive. We have a right to agency, to decide the best course for our lives, to pick our priorities, professions, and our homes. Now, I'm not so naive as to believe that just declaring these unalienable rights means that we all get to enjoy them. But a vision also crafted here begins in order to form a more perfect union and establish justice. Our nation, our democracy, of course, is always a work in progress. Now, that work is not reserved for those who are down the road at the place that became the capital after Philadelphia. That is work that falls to all of us, and I think many times during this conference we've asked you all to participate by letting your policymakers at all levels of government know what you're thinking and how you're feeling about what they're doing. Today, we celebrate people who have embraced this work, making major contributions by empowering our most vulnerable neighbors so they too have the tools and the skills they need for civic and cultural participation, employment, lifelong learning, healthcare, and access to essential services. These champions nurture agency and will it, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'm going to first introduce Karimullah Kamwar as the 2024 Charles Benton Digital Equity Emerging Leader Champion. So like great many historical American figures, Karim arrived here from somewhere else. He brought his family from Afghanistan to settle in Syracuse. And like these same great historical American figures, Karim didn't just settle for a better life for his family. His work helps improve the lives of so many in his community. Under his leadership, the Syracuse Northeast Community Center built an inclusive, multicultural team, including 4 digital navigators. He has integrated this work with other essential services offered through the community center in order to build true self-reliance. These include a food pantry, employment program, youth senior program, and health connections. He and his team speak a collective 10 languages and have served over 500 participants in the first year. The program has been hailed by Syracuse's mayor and common council, as well as funders across the region. Karimullah's work is marked by compassion, listening, collaboration, strong leadership, and an eye toward always doing more. Please welcome our Digital Equity Emerging Leader. Karim, please come to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I express my sincere gratitude to NDIA and the Benton Institute for Broadband and Society, and my heartfelt thanks go to the Syracuse Northeast Community Center for implementing this impactful program, and a special appreciation for the City of Syracuse for funding and donating our program. In December 2021, my family and I immigrated from Afghanistan to the US, and we settled in Syracuse. At the first days of living in the US, we faced with many challenges, especially with digital walls. So at the same time, we saw the other neighbors and refugee communities also suffering with digital walls, like simple tasks, making an appointment, using public transportation, shopping online, or doing other things seems very difficult. So my family and I embark on a journey of learning digital apps. Then we start assisting other refugees and our neighbors. When I had interview at the position of digital empowerment manager, during the interview they asked me how you can start this program. So I responded them, I start this job already. I'm very thankful of my executive director, Mr. Brian Fay, and his team that they trusted me with this responsibility. When I started this job, I decided to recruit 4 digital navigators from different type of the community. Overall, we are providing session in 10 different languages, and so far there is about 700 participants in our program. The other things, so we thought if we teach them in their native language, they will learn very fast and it will accelerate the program outcomes. At the same time, we are trying to inspire the participants to share their skills with their family members, neighbors, and friends. I remember a woman, she was 65 years old, she was also immigrated from Iraq to the Syracuse. So when she completed the education, the course, she volunteered to teach her neighbors and friends and family. And it was the moment that I was the witness of empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested to help refugee, please teach them the digital apps at first. It is the beginning of an empowerment and new life for the refugees. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I agree. Thank you so much, everybody. Amazing, amazing journey. Anyway, and this is, thank you all for that incredible support for Kareem. Today, so we're honoring actually 2 people as the 2024 Charles Benton Digital Equity Champions. And the first is Norma Fernandez, the CEO of Everyone On. So Norma joined Everyone On in 2013 to increase impact in underserved communities of color by connecting people to the internet. Norma became CEO in late 2019, think about the timing there, and found herself leading Everyone On during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think she got even busier because during that time, she grew and diversified the board and staff, created a strategic framework for the organization, oversaw the implementation of the organization's first ever Digital Skills Academy, a training program for individuals and organizations. This has resulted in more funds raised from diverse sources, new partnerships, and expansion in Los Angeles, the Bay Area, and Milwaukee. In addition, under Norma's leadership, Everyone On has facilitated access to broadband to more than 400,000 households across the country. They've distributed thousands of computers and trained more than 4,500 people in person and virtually. All evidence that Norma has a relentless commitment to digital equity. Norma is passionate about social justice and helping all communities thrive, drawing from her experience as the daughter of Mexican immigrants, a first-generation college student, and an active volunteer in her community. Please let me welcome to the stage Norma Fernandez.
my goodness. Thank you so much. I'm deeply grateful for this honor, Angela and Adrian. I too was at the first Net Inclusion Summit in Kansas City, and it's true, we were meeting in library rooms for all the sessions. So it's so amazing to be back here and see this huge group. Kudos to everybody that has just really committed to this issue because it's so critical, as we heard from Karim. So thank you for all that you do at your respective organizations. I want to take a moment and really share that while this moment is a celebration of my efforts, and I will definitely relish in it, it really is a reminder of the importance of our work, not just at Everyone On, but our collective efforts. Despite the countless hours that we've all spent signing someone up for ACP, collecting survey responses to inform state digital equity plans, fundraising, and letting funders know that this is a critical issue, we know that the work is because it goes beyond getting more people online. Really, our collective efforts play a crucial role in cultivating confidence, nurturing growth, and igniting inspirations. And the ripple effects are beyond. When people are fortified with the confidence and fueled by their dreams, the resulting benefits are not only personal, but extend exponentially, enriching the lives of those that we directly serve, but also their families, the communities that they live in, and society as a whole. That's why we're here. I was recently reminded of this when I conducted multiple interviews and surveys with women who participated in our digital skills training program called Digital Connections. This is what they had to share with me when I asked them how they felt after participating in our digital skills training program. And I hope you don't mind, I'm gonna read a few quotes because they're just so powerful. One woman in Los Angeles shared with me, "I learned that it's never too late to learn a skill. And with what I learned, I can help other people in my community and in my home as well." Another woman in Los Angeles said, "I feel more alive, like I started to explore a new world I didn't know existed before." And the last one, the one that really pulls on my heartstrings is, "I learned to have more love for myself." And this is just from participating in a digital skills training where she learned how to use email, learned how to use different applications. And such testimonials speak to the power of digital inclusion. And this is why we must continue to advocate for just policies, pilot models that create ubiquitous connectivity, cultivate effective cross-sector partnerships, elevate the voices and experiences of those that have been disproportionately affected by the digital divide, and really push back on this idea of scaling digital resilience. We cannot scale anything if we don't build trust with community, if we don't center equity, and appropriately fund organizations to be able to do this work in the long run. Lastly, I can't imagine doing this work without amazing partners, supporters, and funders. Thank you so much. Many of you are here in the room. Thank you so much for being our partners and believing in us. And I definitely can't imagine doing this work without my amazing team at Everyone On. If you could raise your hand. If you want experts on the issue, go to this team. We are just a collective of amazing humans. I feel so fortunate to work with them and everybody that has come before it, Everyone On, and also our board of directors. You all are rock stars. And again, thank you so much for this recognition.
You know, we've been talking about the power of storytelling, and Norma has done some extraordinary research, which she'll be releasing, which is going to really highlight the voices of the people that she's helped to make some larger points about many of the things that she talked about. So, last but not least, we're going to finally honor Renaissance 21 founder and program director, Adrian Prusinski. She has been a digital equity and inclusion warrior for more than 15 years, working to close STEAM equity gaps for youth at the grassroots level from Seattle to Ecuador. Given difficulties in her journey as a Black woman learning STEM, she sought to empower other underrepresented youth as a STEM teacher. However, she found that programs frequently lack resources and infrastructure. In response, Adrienne founded Star Tech Global Academy 10 years ago to provide a novel approach to STEM that focuses on digital skills and access for teens. Adrienne helps at-risk and underrepresented youth pursue digital equity work with workshops that teach digital literacy. There, they're learning to use applications and communications technology in community-focused projects. The students directly enrich the community, helping local minority-owned businesses and students to enhance or create their own professional websites. Addressing access gaps, students receive a laptop or a tablet reward upon completion of their projects. Participants are connected with comprehensive resources from food and shelter to computer labs and high bandwidth broadband. And as many of you know, this is a much needed holistic approach if we're going to really reach these at-risk and underrepresented peoples. So Adrienne, please come up and tell us all further about your work.
Thank you so much. I'll be using my digital phone here for my notes. Thank you for that introduction. To be considered for the 2024 Charles Benton Digital Equity Champion Award, to be given national recognition amongst so many deserving digital equity warriors in this room is a great honor and a privilege. The Benton Institute and the National Digital Inclusion Alliance have my deepest appreciation. When writing my acknowledgments, a saying came to mind that's had many forms over the years. Nothing for us without us. When writing my acknowledgments, I kept in mind a key focus of our model at Star Tech Global Academy, which is to center the voices of the community we serve. To manifest that here, our participants did give me some permission to share a few quotes, gems of joy, if you will, that I hope you'll feel also. The first quote is, "I would like to say thank you to everyone because you guys gave me the confidence to want to further pursue my dreams." This is from Nerdine, age 16. First, my team, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the brilliant and outstanding 100% volunteer board of Renaissance 21 and Star Tech Global Academy. Their expertise and passion to make a local community impact into a national and global movement helped bring this moment to fruition. Another quote, "I am very grateful to be a part of this program, and a big takeaway from my experience in this program is to say yes to new opportunities that come your way because it could lead you to something great." That's from Fardoza, age 18. Second, our supporters. My team and I are so deeply grateful to family, friends, the community businesses, many individual donors, underrepresented STEAM professionals that volunteer, foundations and institutions that continue to support our grassroots work, enabling the progress that is recognized today. Another quote, "Thank you so much for sharing your story. I learned a lot and I'm super inspired. I got a really lot of useful information." Now this is from Ty, age 17. Ty was referencing our wraparound services. It turns out developing digital skills is a lot harder if you're wondering where your next meal is coming from. Comprehensive solutions are critical. Basic resources, nutrition, transportation, peers, role models, mentors, teachers, then equipment and curriculum. Innovate, measure, pivot, adapt, repeat. Nothing for us without us. To date, 100% of our program participants, 100%, I'm going to repeat that, have experienced a rise in self-esteem and perceived potential. And as you all know, there is so much more work to be done, more people to be reached. And I'm going to tell you, StarTech Global Academy is growing every year better and better than the last, and we've got this energy. I'm feeling it 2024, okay? So please reach out to me, let's collaborate, participate in our energy. One last quote. Thank you for showing me that I am able to do stuff and be black. Even though money may be a problem, you can go around it. So thank you for making my eyes see clearly. Thank you, everybody.
It's wonderful to recognize our stars, isn't it? And I know that there are many stars. In fact, most of you are stars in this crowd. So whatever role you play in your organization or in the field, thank you. And know that you are appreciated. And I want to thank Angela and Adrian for that wonderful ceremony. Up next, we have a video from our premier hometown sponsor, and that is Comcast. So without further ado, let's run the video.
And action.
I've been here in Houston for 23 years. My name is Kenneth Lee Harvey from San Antonio, Texas.
For 78 years?
No, I'm 67. You look good for 78, man. I've been an automotive mechanic and state inspector for over 30 years until I got injured and couldn't do that type of work anymore. My grandson is very valuable to me. When I needed something on the computer, he'd do it for me. There are a lot of jobs on the internet. To gain other employment, I have to have better computer skills. Once I went into the digital navigation course, I have a better understanding of that.
My name is Michael Frazier, born and raised in Houston, Texas, and I'm a digital navigator. The way the world is changing, everyone needs digital education, all right, no matter what background you're from. We don't want to leave anybody behind.
One of the things that I learned is how to receive and how to send emails.
To see Kenneth fulfill these things has been awesome.
In me trying to gain other employment, I've applied for an automotive instructor position. So that's the next job that I want to be able to obtain. My name is Kenneth, and the internet has opened up so many opportunities for me.
It is now my great pleasure to introduce Delilah Wilson Scott. Delilah serves as Executive Vice President and Chief Diversity Officer of Comcast Corporation. She's President of the Comcast NBC Universal Foundation, and in this role, Dahlia oversees all diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and philanthropic strategy for the corporation, with a focus on advancing digital equity and economic mobility through Project UP. the company's $1 billion commitment. Dahlia also leads Comcast Community Impact Initiatives, working across the organization to provide strategic leadership throughout all aspects of its corporate social responsibility programs, including employee engagement and volunteerism. In addition, Dahlia oversees efforts to utilize Comcast's world-class media platforms to bring greater attention to the work of our philanthropic partners. Over the last 3 years, Comcast NBC Universal has provided nearly $1.5 billion in total cash and in-kind support to over 5,000 nonprofit partners, sharing Comcast NBC Universal's commitment to creating a more connected and equitable world. Please give a warm welcome to Delilah Wilson-Scott.
Thank you, Laura, for that introduction, and thank you to this morning's award winners for all those inspiring stories. Well, good morning, Net Inclusion. How's everybody doing on day 3? I'm excited to join you today, and I know this will be yet another powerful day of this incredible conference. I want to thank NDIA for creating this valuable forum, this space for the digital inclusion community. We all know how important it is, and as your hometown sponsor, we're proud to welcome you to our beloved Philadelphia. I'm biased, but hopefully it served as a great backdrop for you all on Valentine's Day as well. Our hometown and headquarters since our founding just over 60 years ago, Philadelphia is a city of innovators, collaborators, advocates, and here, like in many other cities across the country, we mobilize to create solutions that we know can help make our communities better for every single one of us. So it's fitting that this incredible convening focused on aligned action and ensuring equitable digital opportunity has a home right here in Philadelphia. So whether you're a practitioner, policymaker, direct service provider, our collective investment in this work, we know that the transformative power is incredible when we come together to support our communities. It's what brings us together, and it's what keeps us focused and creates greater impact. We also know that digital equity is so much more than just connectivity. When people have access to technology, resources, skills, we all thrive. It unlocks creativity, education, career opportunity, and probably most importantly, it advances economic mobility for families, communities, and for great cities. It truly has the ability to change lives. We also know that 92% of jobs available today require digital skills. That's a fact. And digital inclusion is so essential for stronger, more equitable communities, a stronger tomorrow, and a world of unlimited possibilities. That's a future that Comcast has long been committed to. For over a decade, we've been developing programs and have worked with many of you here, many who are not here, partners around the country serving marginalized groups, helping them get connected, millions around the country, and just over 700,000 right here in Philadelphia. We're accelerating that work through Project Up, our $1 billion commitment to digital equity, and that initiative is opening doors to the country's next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, storytellers, and creators. Achieving digital equity, though, is not something that any one company, any organization, even all of in this room can get done alone. The work takes all of us. And I think I don't have to tell anybody here how difficult collaboration can be. We won't agree on everything all of the time. But I do know and can absolutely guarantee that if we partner intentionally, if we focus on aligned action, we'll have greater impact and we'll get there faster. And so thank you for joining us in that fight. To bring resources to those who need it most, we need partnerships with organizations that are part of the community, embedded in community, organizations that have expertise, relationship, connections to actual people, and most importantly, trust that you've earned over time. A few organizations are going to come up in just a moment just to bring that story to life, but I know many of you know that quite well. Sarah Jobs, whose work is featured in the video you just saw, Faith Porter from Raising Expectations, Kira Thomas from the Community College of Baltimore County, and Aaron Rook from LGBT Tech, and Paula Umanya, who joined us from the United Way of Greater Philadelphia and Southern New Jersey, where I have the honor of serving on the board. The successes, strategies, and key learnings that they will share on this stage demonstrate the life-changing outcomes that are absolutely possible and happening every single day. Advocacy and leadership. We're grateful to you and so many other of our partners that are here today in ensuring that Project Up comes to life and is tangible in local communities across the country. So just a few thank yous before I bring our partners up. Huge thank you to the NDIA team. Of course, Laura, founding board member who introduced me today, Elizabeth Lindsay, current board member, Angela Seifer, and your incredible team, Gina and Christy. It's been a pleasure to work with you. This is probably the biggest presence that NDI has had, and we're excited to have so many Comcasters here in the room listening and joining in partnership on this. Also, a big thank you. Many of you heard from our incredible Mayor, Sherelle Parker. That was a huge welcome to Philadelphia, so hopefully you took some of her spirit with you. She's been an incredible champion for digital equity well before she was mayor, and we're honored to have her here. Of course, we also heard from FCC Chair Jessica Worstenwersel. Later on today, we'll hear from NTIA's own Alan Davidson, and for the many other elected and appointed officials who are serious about making sure that all of us continue this fight for digital equity. And now I'm pleased to welcome our first speaker, Sharu Mukhtiar from Sarah Jobs.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, NDIA and Comcast, for this wonderful opportunity. Sarah Jobs operates in Houston, Texas, and has 17 satellite sites across the greater Houston area. We are a community-based organization that believes in the power of work. As a driving force for economic development in the Texas Gulf Coast for nearly 6 decades, Sarah Jobs serves people from under-resourced communities, including young adults, veterans, individuals from the re-entry community, and our senior citizens. My name is Sharu Mukhtiar, and I have the distinct honor of being the CEO of Sarah Jobs. Ser is the Spanish verb meaning to be. Our unwavering goal is to eliminate barriers to employment and equip our service recipients to be all that they can be with the tools, resources, and opportunities they need to thrive in today's competitive and evolving landscape. Yet, in the communities we serve, technology remains an expensive luxury, accentuated by the pandemic-induced shift towards digital dependence. For those already facing serious challenges, navigating technology further widens the social and economic divide between the connected and the unconnected, literally. The Sarah Jobs program includes education, occupational skill development, employment placement, and financial literacy. I'm proud to say that we now also offer hands-on digital navigation services. In 2023, our ambitious goal for the navigation program was to reach 1,600 families. With the dedication and commitment of our partners like Comcast and just 2 navigators, we in fact served 5,230 families in only 12 months. The navigation program leverages technology, training, and connectivity to empower individuals and families so that they too can have equal and timely access to much-needed information, resources, and opportunities. Learning how to effectively use technology for messaging, banking, completing educational requirements, searching and applying for jobs, participating in trainings, and addressing critical healthcare needs has enabled individuals to be independent and authors of their own legacy. Ms. Keys, a senior from the same community in the video you just watched, shared with us, "It felt like a whole new world opened up for me. I can talk to my children, listen to music, and even search for Bible verses. Not knowing these things is scary, but the patience of my navigator helped me learn the things I cannot do and do things better." Our vision at SARE Jobs is to make opportunities work by empowering individuals and enriching our communities. With the support of our partners, we will continue making strides toward a digitally inclusive future, leaving a lasting impact on lives. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Porter, and I serve as the Director of Programs at Raising Expectations, aka RE. We are a STEAM academic-focused youth mentorship and advocacy organization that has served communities throughout Atlanta for the past 28 years. RE was born in 1995 when 2 university students recognized the needs of the community in which they were attending college and resolved to give back. Our organization's success thus far can best be attributed to investment over time and the power of community members united by the shared goal of holding our youth to lofty standards academically and in all other areas of life. The Atlanta that RE serves vastly differs from the Atlanta seen by those who know the city primarily through the entertainment industry. Behind the aspirational stories and images, Atlanta has the worst income inequality in the nation, and research shows that a child born into poverty in Atlanta has just a 4% chance of escaping poverty in their lifetime. While Atlanta continues to attract individuals and corporations from across the globe, the changes that our city is undergoing are having the heaviest impact on Atlantans like those we serve, legacy residents of neighborhoods in West and Southwest Atlanta. These are communities that have played a key role in Atlanta's development, but are also areas in which many residents currently lack access to essential resources such as the internet. RE has helped to address Atlanta's digital divide through the Connect 404 Digital Navigators program, during Youth Work, our paid summer employment program for high school students and recent graduates. Our 15 youth navigators were part of a cohort united by the shared goal of connecting individuals in low-income households to free or low-cost broadband access. We trained them on handling suspicion and hesitancy from those they encountered while canvassing at community events. As community members themselves, each navigator empathized with the potential mistrust, recognizing that living in an under-resourced environment often leads one to doubt opportunities that appear too good to be true. Navigators quickly learned that their community sentiment was one of the most powerful tools in their toolkit, and they shared it proudly, whether educating a technology-averse elder about ACP while canvassing, or speaking to a single mother about digital skills resources at a career fair. RE's experience with our Digital Navigator program further solidified our belief in the importance of community-focused solutions to society's ills, of which digital inequity is no exception. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kira Thomas. I am the program coordinator for the Community College of Baltimore County. My mission is to be an ambassador for affordable broadband. We want more families, regardless of age, background, or circumstances, to get connected to the internet at home and learn the digital skills in today's world.
I joined CCBC almost a year ago, and we began to hire a total of 11 digital navigators. We hired current students who were viewed as knowledgeable, empathetic, and committed to helping others navigate through the digital world, including helping people learn about and sign up for ACP. Our digital navigator team members were Our digital navigator team members were the face of affordable broadband for CCBC as we attended events on campus and throughout Baltimore County. In less than a year, we reached 4,000 students and community members through our events based on campus and partnerships with Baltimore County government agencies such as the Department of Aging, Baltimore County Public Library, Department of Human Services, Baltimore County Public Schools, and many more. We also use media outlets and social media channels with a total view of more than 1 million. We have already made direct contact with 1,000 people and qualified 685 people for ACP. We could not have done this without the tremendous support and public attention we received from leaders in the community, such as the president of CCBC, Dr. Sandra Curtinitis, and the county executive, Johnny O. We also could not have done this without specialized hands-on digital navigator training we received from Comcast. Our navigators became even more confident as they interacted with members in our community and gained technical knowledge. This journey has been incredible, witnessing the growth of digital navigators, bringing smiles to family faces that now have access to internet. We also assisted seniors setting up their brand new Chromebooks for the first time. Thank you all for your commitment and the privilege to address you today regarding our dedication to closing the digital divide.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aaron Rook. I use they, them, theirs pronouns, and I'm here today representing LGBT Tech. We are a national nonprofit. We work at the intersections of the LGBTQ community and technology, and I'd like to share a little bit about how we are striving to really bridge the digital divide for the LGBTQ community. As everyone in this room is well aware, access to digital resources and technology is really critical for queer and trans communities to connect, access resources that are really vital, and organize together. And as we face rising tide in anti-LGBTQ legislation and rhetoric nationwide, we really know now is more urgent than ever to making sure that queer and trans communities really have digital access. Oops, so sorry. There we go. Since the start of our Power On program, we have been able to distribute $400,000 worth of technology to LGBTQ centers and grassroots organizations spanning across 37 states and territories. And we've already been able to help hundreds of our community members secure housing and access vital resources that they need. And also through this work of Power On, we've really been able to better identify and address some of the barriers that queer and trans communities are facing in terms of accessing affordable internet and vital tech resources. And through this work, we've actually been able to estimate that over 8 million LGBTQ households in the US may be struggling right now to access affordable internet. And with this in mind, we have just launched our new Digital Navigator program at LGBT Tech. And the focus of this program really is to provide individuals skills training and resources that are really tailored to our community. And we've been partnering with LGBTQ centers across the nation to train their staff, caseworkers, and volunteers with the skills that they need to help be digital navigators in their own communities and help their communities access the resources that they need. As we continue to move through this work, we wanted to put together a list of recommendations that we have for really building up LGBTQ inclusion in all digital equity initiatives. So we've really put together a blog. You can access it at the QR code that is on the screen. But I wanted to really share today just kind of one key overarching recommendation that we really think is critical for making all digital equity initiatives more inclusive for our community. And really that is that proactive, meaningful, and intentional inclusion of queer and trans voices early on is really key. So that can look like a lot of different things. That can look like really making sure that your program marketing and outreach is inclusive of our communities, making sure that it is getting to our communities. That also includes including sexual orientation and gender identity in your data collection efforts. That also means maybe tailoring programs specifically to meet the unique needs of the LGBTQ communities in your own area. And finally, that really includes cultivating and building relationships with LGBTQ community centers and partners in your own area. These folks can also provide you feedback on your programs and serve as really powerful partners to making sure that we're helping our community. I wanted to conclude today by thanking all of you for the amazing work you are doing. We are really excited to continue to work alongside all of you in building a more inclusive digital future for LGBTQ folks and for everyone. So thank you.
Wow. Who's inspired? I'm inspired. I'm fired up. So it's an honor. It's very also humbling to be here and follow these incredible leaders doing the work in their communities. My name is Paula Umaña. I represent United Way of Greater Philadelphia and Southern New Jersey. I serve as the Managing Director of Community Resiliency. And I am here to talk about our Digital Navigator Network. It is a true pleasure to be in an organization like United Way, where we are driving the change that our communities need. We serve 9 counties, as you see in the map here. We are in 2 regions in a mission to end poverty and expand opportunity for all. With our partners, we create bold solutions that break the cycle of poverty. And like all of you here in the room, we are committed to equity and we are committed to change. So let me just tell you a little bit about the Digital Navigator Network that we, in partnership with the Office of Innovation and Technology with the City of Philadelphia, instituted with key organizations and key stakeholders that help come together to serve K-12 people through PHL Connect, that you may remember Mayor Parker talking about this effort in her opening remarks. This initiative leverages 211 technology. Anyone familiar with 211? Thank you. Yay. Okay. So United Way's 211 helpline infrastructure is the pathway for digital navigator organizations to serve the community. So we have a model in which our organizations partner with us, and we share some responsibilities with them, with OIT, that's the City of Philadelphia, with partners like Technology Learning Collaborative. They probably are here in the room, and if you haven't met them, please do so. And we also have layers of, as you see on the slide, elements that make our network function, where we learn from each other and we support one another to increase our impact. So instead of one organization working in isolation, we leverage the strengths of our partners and the collective performance of the group. People, in turn, receive services from the organizations best suited to help them and the most up-to-date information about resources in their communities. Last year, in 2023, we had an exciting moment, and we expanded the network from 3 organizations serving Philadelphians to 11 organizations working across the state in Southwest PA and this area of Philadelphia and the surrounding counties. So we have had the privilege to learn and help build capacity. We have served and interacted with more than 10,000 people in these years, and we are looking at ways to expand and grow and continue to support the families with or without ACP. You all, digital navigators, and digital navigating organizations are so fundamental for making our communities better and bringing access to those that need it and those who don't even know that they can get this assistance. So kudos to all of you. And thank you so much for the work that you push through. The change that we are going to make together is going to mean that our country is going to be able to thrive in an era where truly without internet we cannot get anything done. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful experience. Good luck to all of us staying in the city, and good luck to all of you going back home.
Ooh, there's a whole lot of wonderfulness in this room. We are going to have a break now until 10:30 when the breakout sessions start. So you can sort of bask in the wonderfulness. You can take a breather, you can get some more coffee, and we will reconvene at 10:30. In this room, there will be a breakout called A View from the Digital Divide in the Black Rural South. Thank you all so much.
If you know, did you see her? If you see the girl, I can't see her face because I didn't have on my glasses. Tell her to come find me, please, after this is over with.
Hello. Oh, I am live. Okay, we're going to get started in 1 minute. So if you are staying for the session, come up front. And if you're not, then I'm going to ask that you find your next session.
Wait, I want to just take my glasses out.
Thank you.
Okay, are you guys ready? Brandon? Ready?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Okay, good morning, Net Inclusion. This is how I know people aren't paying attention. Thank you, thank you. You sound far away, so I know you're not sitting up front, but that's okay. My name is Gina Cooper Benjamin, and I'm the Deputy Director of the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, or NDIA. For those of you live streaming or those of you in attendance, if you haven't heard this yet, NDIA advances digital equity by supporting community programs and equipping policymakers to act. The way that we do that is we provide spaces and opportunities for our community of over 1,600 affiliates to come together and share and learn, be in fellowship, and have fun. Thus, net inclusion. Today, I'm going to start by letting the panelists introduce themselves. Then we're going to have a moderated conversation. We'll follow that up with some Q&A. And at the end, I'll ask you all to complete a session evaluation. Some of the norms for today. So when I am leading a panel or moderating a panel, I need to remind folks of some things. Please be very respectful. It's hard sitting up here, so if you're having side conversations, sometimes that can be distracting. Also, I have double duty right now, so I am moderating a panel, and I am the code enforcer for the entire conference, and if I see anyone violating my code of respect, I'm going to look at you like this and go like that, and that means you're out of here. So just be respectful of the panelists. Enjoy your time together today. Mind the topic. Let's stay on topic. And then if you have any Q&A at the end, there's going to be 2 mics. They're situated. I can see one there and one behind Paolo right there. And you can ask some questions. So before I get started, I want to make sure everyone's in the right place. We're in a panel. It's called A View from the Digital Divide in the Black Rural South. We're here to learn how to build trust with community members, understand the root causes of some of these issues, understand that this is a bipartisan issue, and then talk about how states can connect to community and to community level action. Today, I'm joined by Megan Waiters of Community Service Programs of West Alabama, Solomon Graves, Heartland Forward, Onisha Freeman Rojales of Georgia Technology Authority, and then Brandon Marshall of Media Justice. To start, I'm going to ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves. Whenever we're talking about a heavy topic, I like for people to highlight bright spots of their communities, so they'll introduce themselves, they'll share their names, their roles, their organizations, and then share a story or a bright spot from your community.
Good morning. My name is Megan Waiters. I'm the digital navigator for community service programs in West Alabama. We service 11 counties in West Alabama. We have a population within those 11 counties of just under 400,000 people. And so as a digital navigator, I assist our clients with digital skills, receiving devices, and when the ACP program was still moving forward for us, I also assisted with helping to get discounts on their home internet service. I work out of our housing department, but at Community Service Programs of West Alabama, we have so many different departments departments because we are a community action agency. But out of our housing department, I typically assist clients that are needing help uploading their documents in order to receive rental assistance. And I've learned that just in that climate that not everybody has appropriate devices, not everybody has the digital skills that are needed to do so. And so the work that I do has been very vital for our agency. And it's not a hard task for me, it's actually something that I love to do. Just thinking about it, I think I've been a digital navigator before I was a digital navigator. And so that's just a little bit about what I do.
Solomon Graves, I'm Director of Public Policy at Heartland Forward. We are a nonpartisan 501c3, styling ourselves as a think and do tank, focused on growing the economic vitality of America's middle. We focus on the middle third of the country. If you draw a rectangle that starts in North Dakota, goes down to Texas, over to Alabama, and up to Michigan and Ohio. The 20 states that touch the borders of that rectangle and fall inside the borders of that rectangle consist of the heartland. The areas that we work in are innovation and entrepreneurship, workforce development and human capital, health and wellness, and then a umbrella pillar we call regional competitiveness, which is focusing on the issues of today and tomorrow that are necessary to accelerate the growth of the heartland. We do this generally around two buckets. One is around research, that's the think side of the house, and then the do side of the house is a team of program and policy professionals, which is where I sit. And then Regina, you asked kind of what do we love about our community. I'm an Arkansas kid, born and raised in Little Rock. For me, it's a little big town, 250,000 folks, but it seems like everywhere I go, I know somebody who either knows me or who knows somebody I know. So that small town in in what feels to me in a big city atmosphere always makes it feels like home.
Onisha.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Onisha Freeman-Rojales with the Georgia Technology Authority. My role at the Georgia Technology Authority is to lead our statewide digital equity work, so I'm a part of our state broadband team. Me and my team, we wrote our state digital equity plan, and will be responsible for the digital equity capacity grant program that Georgia will have in the coming months to support digital equity and inclusion over the next few years. A bright spot in our community is a young lady named Danielle Bray with an organization called Everlasting Vessel. Danielle lives up in Chubbtown, which is a town in northwest Georgia, excuse me, a small town in northwest Georgia. I want to say maybe about 400 or 500 folks. And Danielle is so special because she decided that the fact that they lacked internet access was something that she just wasn't going to be okay with. And so she literally has gone around house by house doing speed tests to understand the speed of the networks so that she can then galvanize her community and then come together and talk to us about what the internet access really should look like to be improved within her town. This is important because the lack of access has affected folks like if you only have a landline and you have an emergency, for an example, or you only have a cell phone and you have an emergency at your home and you're isolated, somewhat, maybe you're homebound. Well, if you can't call anybody, and you have an emergency, because emergency services, a lot of this stuff is working through our connectivity in our community, that could cost you your life. And I think that Danielle has realized that both the older adults in her community and the children in her community deserve proper connectivity in order to take full advantage of not just the digital economy, but emergency services, education, and the like. And so I believe that the digital divide is solved on the local level. And as somebody that came from a local organization that now works at the state, I'm really hopeful when I think about what Danielle is doing up in Chubtown as the North Star for what we want to see across our state and across our country, in rural Georgia and in the urban cities, to ensure that all people have the access that they need in order to do exactly what they need to do to take care of their families and live their lives today. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Brandon Forster. I'm an organizer with Media Justice. We do a lot of media justice. You can visit our website, mediajustice.org. I always describe us as an abolitionist and anti-capitalist organization. And I think that's important to know because that informs the way that we approach this work. And so, we're, I think, in part here at this panel because of the important work of Dr. Dominique Harrison writing the report at the Joint Center that just illustrated, a lot of times we talk about the digital divide as urban or rural, but really it's a racial digital divide. And I think that report really helped to make that clear for folks. These communities in the Black rural South were the most disconnected and most persistently disconnected. And I'm here not talking about a community that I'm from. In one sense, I'm going to talk about a little small town in Mississippi called Utica that I got a chance to visit. And in another sense, it is a community that I'm from. Mississippi is as far back as I can trace on one side of my family before the Great Migration, and it was my first time being able to go back. And so for me, what was special about it was a deeply emotional and personal journey, but what was special about that community is that there are Danielles in all of these communities, And if you just went and drove through one day, if you were just with NTIA or with the state and you just slid through and you just waved at folks or you just did a front of the room presentation, you never learn about the Danielles.
Right.
You never learn about these folks. And so this community is doing absolutely everything to take care of one another without the resources that they deserve. And they shouldn't have to, but I just love the way that the community, in figuring out how to make do, it's always about taking care of one another. And the way that I saw that and the way that they take care of me when I came down and visited. So yeah, that's what I would share.
Thank you all. I'm excited for this conversation. But before we get started, we want to hear from 2 to 3 audience members. We want to know, why are you here? What challenges are you facing, so that when the panelists are answering, they can speak to some of those. Thanks. Paolo, right there, it has a mic. If you raise your hand, I'll point you out for Paolo. And if there are no takers, I'm just going to jump into the, up front. What challenges you face, yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Tammy Hastings. My biggest challenge is to show them that I'm relatable to them. I am from Brazil. I was not born in the US, and I came from, even though the color of my skin doesn't show that, but I came from a Black community. So it's challenging to show them that I understand where they're coming from, and that I've been there before, and I know it's hard. So what do you, aside from showing to them that I am relatable and I understand what is happening, how can I overcome that challenge of saying that, hey, I'm on your side?
Thank you. And I know that some of the panelists will speak to that.
Hello, it's loud.
My name is Catherine Krantz. I am the broadband director at Communities Unlimited, and we are a national nonprofit that serves 7 states in the southern U.S., some of the states with the largest connectivity problems in addition to a lot of other problems, and we've been helping them with infrastructure and technical assistance planning for almost 50 years. I have perhaps a very difficult question, but this is why I'm here today, is I want to understand how to have better communication with communities to help them address their very legitimate grievances and how we can work past that too, because sometimes these infrastructure projects are so expensive that you are going to have partners from outside the community, and that's my struggle, is how to have these conversations and bring people to the table to work with people that they might not want to work with.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, one more. Yes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Lofton, and I'm here because although I live in the largest city in the Mid-South, Memphis, Tennessee, right on the edge where I was born, 20 minutes outside is a rural town. And the alderman of that town, with whom I have a relationship, is struggling with how to bring affordable connectivity to that town. And there's a monopoly, they won't let anybody in, and that one monopoly is not affordable. And the residents lack digital literacy. And so I'm here to get intel to help the alderman maybe try to solve a problem for the place where I was born.
Okay. One more. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, my name is Mo Jones, and I currently serve in Eastern Kentucky. And with a space that is predominantly people that identify as white, there still is a population of underrepresented people of color that isn't getting the support that they necessarily need to be as successful as they possibly could be. And my thing is trying to explain to them and trying to convince the people that I get to serve that although we're not providing the financial support that they need by removing some of the barriers that they may see every day, that digital equity could be a gateway to getting that support as well, if that makes sense.
Okay. Thank you. Those are great points. And also, I know that these experts are going to touch on a lot of what you guys mentioned, so this is great. So we're going to start right now with Brandon. Brandon has spent some time in Utica, Mississippi. He talked to me about, he gave me a lesson, I should be embarrassed that I didn't know this history lesson, about William Holtzclaw and his William Holtzclaw's role in Southern Black education and technology. We talked a lot about the importance of community-driven technology, historical perspectives, and Black innovation and pioneering in tech. Brandon, first I'd like for you to share some of the history you taught me, especially around William Holtzclaw, because I think that story is so fascinating. And then why is this important, like not only from a historical context, but from a contemporary context?
Yeah.
And then how do we use this history or these lessons to support our work today?
All right, I'll do my best. That's a lot of parts.
I know. I can repeat any part.
Yeah. So, you know, we went to this community through a relationship that we have with folks in Utica. And to your point about, I don't know that you're specifically talking about passing, but that's certainly something that I deal with, is that people, I don't know how people perceive me. I don't know if they know that I'm black, they know that I'm mixed, they know what about me. But when you move at the speed of trust and relationship, that's how people can gain that context and understand whether or not they can or can't trust you, you know? So I'd give you that advice. But so we didn't know what the story was going to be. We just knew that we wanted to get a more intimate view of what that digital divide in the Black rural South looked like from that kind of statistical level view. We knew that we didn't want to tell some traumatic story about a black community just to be like, look at how terrible things are. We knew that this was a beautiful community that we wanted to learn about and learn about it more deeply. And the most incredible, I mean, we heard things that you would expect, that during the pandemic, things were difficult. They don't have internet, they're unserved, there's not a lot of resources for digital equity skills, and all of that is on top of everything else. The grocery stores that have closed down, the high schools that have closed down, all of those things are true. But that's not the entire story of that community. And so this same community that during the pandemic didn't have the telecommunications infrastructure to be able to live stream church service to one another safely, 100 years ago, there was this man named William Holtzclaw. He studied under Booker T. Washington and the Tuskegee Institute, or the Tuskegee University, and he was one of the folks that Booker said, go out and start your own Tuskegees, and he did. And so we started one of the first HBCU community colleges in Utica, less than an hour outside of Jackson. And so 100 years ago, well, part of the story too is that in order to raise funds for that, he tried to go first to the white planters who said, those black folks don't need an education. And that's an important thing. I just want to put a point in that, because when we asked folks why they felt like the digital divide in the black rural South was so persistent, they named that exact same thing. When we go to the white folks that have the resources in this state, they don't care about our kids. They don't care about our communities. They say, those folks don't need the internet. They're not going to college. That'll just distract them. So anyways, let me get back to William Holtzclaw. So he started this HBCU. The way that they did raise funds was with this Jubilee Singer group. A lot of folks in the audience may be familiar with Jubilee groups. For folks who aren't, they're essentially these singers for these universities that would go out and raise money. And because of William Holtzclaw's particular dedication to technology, his job at Tuskegee was to run messages back and forth to Booker, and he knew how important it was that people got their messages. He also was tired of running back and forth. And so he had one of the first radio stations, one of the first telephone lines, some of the first electricity, running water in this small town. But not only that, this place that 4 years ago could not broadcast church service amongst themselves, 100 years ago, this Jubilee group was traveling internationally, but every weekend they were broadcasting from Utica with their own technology to over 3 million people, 1 in 20 Americans, every week. So this place that if you just drove through, this place that the state office has not been to even once, but if they went to, they would learn this incredible story, has all of the answers within them about what it takes to have a technologically connected community for black folks. And I don't know, I can keep going on. What I would say is that the other thing is that, you know, I just came into this community that there's already a conversation happening in this community about their relationship to technology. And that's what that's what NTIA needs to know, that in a lot of these communities, not only are there a lot of Daniellas, they are already having a conversation. Mm-hmm. Right now, the state is the antagonist of that story. And the state can't come in and say, well, let me hear. You got to join that story. Mm-hmm. You have to figure out how to become a part of the story and the conversation that's already happening if you really want to find out how do you tap into that history. Because right now, the state is actively playing a role in erasing that history, literally taking buildings down that are part of that history overnight, instead of learning, actually, here are the solutions that we've been looking for through this whole process. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, Brandon. Does anyone want to add? I see you inching close to Anisha. Do you have something to say?
Yeah, okay. I think that what comes to mind about what you just said, and it kind of speaks a little bit to your question, when we go into the communities, there's lots of challenges, right? So if I came and said, tell me about this community, sometimes the community members typically start with all the things that are wrong. But I want to encourage you all that are working in community, that are trying to represent maybe the small, because Danielle represents a small town too, right? So represent a small town where the alderman is trying to get more help. What I wrote down was let people understand the opportunities and the possibilities in the community, as much as maybe the challenges. We tend to put the challenges in the front, and then that person may think, well, I got to solve these problems, versus maybe the opposite, like introducing them to a young, person that is thriving in the community or telling them a story of the history of the community. Letting them in to better understand how the people of the community want to have already and want to continue to contribute to the local economy and things of that nature. Like, I think they need to hear that too, and when folks better understand that, they may start to think about, okay, how could then I, with the resources that I have, contribute to the possibilities and opportunities here versus how can I help solve the challenges here. Like, it's from an outsider, that's just something that they may cling to more sometimes, to be quite honest.
Thank you. Thank you, Onisha. We're going to switch gears to digital navigators for a moment. So Megan, you oversee a digital navigator program spanning 11 counties and with almost 400,000 residents. That feels like a lot of driving and a lot of people. And earlier you said you just help your residents like scan paperwork for housing, but I know you do more than that because we talk a lot about your work. So can you maybe give us some insights into what are some of the other things as a digital navigator you're helping your community with, and what are some of the challenges that come along with that? Can you share some of the innovative ideas you have around overcoming these hurdles? And then lastly, any kind of guidance you can provide people on partnerships, and because partnerships are really important, and then how you're using those partnerships to scale your work?
You're right, Gina. I do so many other things as a digital navigator. I spoke about just being a digital navigator out of our housing department. And when I spoke about assisting people with scanning and uploading documents, that's kind of been the top priority thing that clients have needed from the housing department. But our agency, we assist people with if they need assistance getting their light bills paid, or the water bills, or the gas bills. We have a Head Start program. We have an early intervention program, and even just out of our housing department, we have a first-time home buyer program. We have a program where if people have a home, but they're needing assistance paying their mortgage or paying their rent, and that's the one that I was speaking about, assisting with getting the documents uploaded. But they also may have a home and that home needs maintenance. It may need doors, it may need windows. But we're also dealing with a population of people that is low income. And so when the income is low and you can't meet your basic housing needs, and more than likely you also don't have the appropriate devices to do what you would need to do, or whether that's uploading documents, or that's trying to find a job, or if that's trying to continue an education or assist your kids with their education. And so there's so many other things that factor into the work that I do as a digital navigator, because when clients come in, they may not necessarily know exactly what they need. They just know that they need assistance. And so sometimes the barriers with that is I may say to them, hey, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. I'm not picking on you for what you know or what you don't know, but I want to ask so that I can kind of get to the root of what you actually need, so I can give you the steps to be able to get these things taken care of. And so what I found that some of the barriers are fear, and I think we've also spoken to the point of trust, because it's hard for people that have been underserved and haven't had what they need to just trust that all of a sudden now you're going to help me and it's not going to cost me something, or I'm not going to lose my house, or I'm not going to lose my information. And so what I found that being patient with them and being thorough with the information that we give them and consistent with that information, and just being friendly, because it's not easy to need something and not be able to meet your own needs, and then to have to encounter someone that's mean, or that's not compassionate, or doesn't understand that you don't have a device. And so sometimes people they may have a device, but then I find that they don't have transportation, or they come to our office and I say, well, we don't have a computer lab here, so you may need to go to the library, but I'll stay on the phone with you an hour or 2 hours to walk you through your process. And they say, well, I don't have transportation to the library. So then we have another barrier that many of our people are trying to overcome. And so patience and being loving and being kind, that goes a long way in the places that we've been called to serve. I don't look at just being a digital navigator as, hey, this is my job. This is what I do. This is what I've done before. Like I mentioned before I was ever a digital navigator, I was assisting my family. And even the bright spot for me, since I've been a digital navigator with community service programs in West Alabama, and we are grantee of NDIA, so I've received formal training as a digital navigator and I have access to all of the tools that according to the digital navigator model and is working for us. But there may be some that don't even realize it, that we're doing this work. But the bright spot I wanted to speak about is just serving our communities and serving our families and being present on our jobs. It affects people, even if it's just one person at a time. Just being patient, being kind, being loving. I have family members that, also had this fear of, I don't know how to use a device. I don't want to use a device. They feel like if they press one button, they're going to lose all of their information, and so they would rather just not try it. And just being patient, and all of a sudden now they've gotten a tablet. Now they've added their email address, and now they're playing games and solitaire and slot machines, and they may not want to do do a Microsoft Word document. They just want to play games. And so I think the challenge is learning how to meet people where they are and being able to walk them through that step of what they need. Even though we're looking at digital inclusion and digital equity, and we want everybody to be able to have access and use these devices, but everybody's needs are going to be different. And so we have to understand that, there may be some seniors that just want to play solitaire, and that's fine, because there is many of us that can get connected online. Then we're learning. I feel like we're learning a lot about ourselves. We're learning a lot about our culture. We're learning about other people's culture. We have access to information that we didn't have. I feel like we're learning, we're growing, we're getting wiser. And so if that's the impact that we're making, then that is enough. But you really got to be passionate about doing this type of work, because we're serving people that can't necessarily give us anything back. But the joy of knowing that they got what they need should be enough for us. And so, I hope I touched on all of those points that you wanted.
I think so. Do you have any insights into how you develop? Because I know some of your communities are so far apart. Have you been developing partnerships as a part of your Digital Navigator program to help scale your work a bit?
Yes. So we do a lot of partnerships with libraries in the rural counties. Libraries haven't been getting a whole lot of traffic over the last couple of years. I don't know if it's because people aren't necessarily reading books as much as they used to, but what I found with speaking with them, but people are coming in to access computers. And so when we have clients that are needing services from our agency, we refer them to the libraries, and I spend a lot of time at the libraries. When I do device distributions, I do them at the libraries. And so that partnership not only helps our agency, but it also helps the libraries gain some more traffic coming in and out. And the moment you step into a library, if you haven't been in one in years, you're like, oh, I do like books, or I would like to look at that magazine, or I didn't know that they had a scanner in here, or, and so it's bringing that awareness to these hidden gems in our communities, because libraries are really serving more as resource centers for us in the rural counties and communities, where people can go and access the digital devices, and they have free internet, and they have free Wi-Fi, and you can sit outside in the parking lot even after the library is closed and still use it. And so that has been such a bright spot in our partnerships. And they've been really excited that I've been coming and people are coming in. And so I think that that's going to be a key place. And I'm a part-time library director also, and so in our community of 300 people, we don't get a lot of traction at the libraries, but things are changing, and I hope that everything is moving in a more positive direction because our communities really need it. And I can't express that enough. You'll probably hear me say that again if I get the mic, but we need it, and we need each other to be able to do this work.
Thank you, Megan. Onisha, we're going to talk about some state work now.
Okay.
Okay, so so I joked with Onisha. I said Georgia is the black metropolis of Atlanta, and then the rest of the state is I have no idea what. I really don't, but but it's rural, and there are black people in the rural Georgia too, and so we talked about how you show up in rural communities as a black woman, but you're also a representative of state government, and that is, even for black residents, that can be you're a state worker. You're now the man. How's that feel? So there's a trust barrier there. How do you build trust with black community members when you go into those rural communities? And then how do you communicate to them that their voices are important in these processes and you want to hear them? And how are you working, and how are black community members working together as well?
So I wrote down all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Have y'all ever heard that term? If you haven't, this might be your first time ever hearing it. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. So just because I'm a black person rolling up, in Valdosta or anywhere else in Georgia, doesn't mean I'm they kinfolk. And I didn't realize that at first. But I had, a rude awakening. It was a situation where, not to get into too deep of the details, where a community member, it was like a community meeting, and a community member was angry about the lack of service in their community. And so I'm looking around the room at my skin folk, and they agreeing with the person yelling at me, but I'm looking at them for help, But I'm not from there. And that's what she said when she stood up. You're not from here. You don't know nothing about what we dealing with over here. It was hard. I cried on the way home because I really wasn't expecting that. But the reality is I needed to have that experience so that I recognized that I need to be very clear about my intentions when I step into the spaces that I'm coming to. I know my intention is good and to inform the community about the millions of dollars and the billions of dollars of funding that is coming to every state. I know that the intention is that I want to inform the rural residents that on the Digital Equity Act of 2021, when it says rural residents, it means you too. It's, it does separate ethnic minorities from rural residents, but when it says rural residents, that's all the covered populations that are in rural communities. And I really, really want to help to inform the community leaders, more importantly, that it's their responsibility to stay connected with what is going on in the state and local level, because they're the only people that can tap into the funding because they have nonprofits, right? They have 501c3s. They're library leaders. They're principals. They're aldermen. They're mayors. They're the ones that can apply for the funding. So if they don't hear me, right, then it's the local people, Black folks, English people with the English, that are English learners, people with low literacy, people with disabilities, that are at the intersection of all this that really will miss out. And it's challenging, right? Because I am stepping into a space where I need to say all of what I just said in like 30 minutes, or whatever, however long it takes. I'm stepping in communities that don't have internet access, so I got to show up there in person to say everything that I'm saying. And so I say all that just to say, like, I really had to, like, understand, where I was coming from, because I came from a nonprofit, so I forgot sometimes, but I'm not going to not do it, though. I'm not going to not go back. I'm not going to be afraid. I think a part of my role at this point is to start to build relationships, more authentic relationships with folks within those communities, which takes time, but y'all, we don't have a lot of time though, so it's like, but I just got to keep doing the work. I think another part of it is also recognizing that sometimes you need to not, you can find organizations to then provide resources to really kind of do the work, do the informing on your behalf. So we did work with our community action agencies to do some roundtables, and I was like, I'm not gonna come to the meetings. I just wanna help you all to understand what we're trying to say, because if I show up, then it's gonna be a different type of meeting. So if you all can help to do the informing, maybe we can get a little bit further. So that was one tip, one thing that I tried to do. But it was a humbling experience to go around our state in places that, I'm from Georgia, I'm born and raised in Georgia, but the Urban League did a study in 2022 about the Tale of Two Georgias, and I'm sure every state probably has this experience, right? So, and that's the Atlanta the Atlanta and then the rest of Georgia. And the things that they're experiencing in South Georgia, Southwest Georgia, North and Northwest Georgia is unique to those spaces. And to your point where you said about there's communities that might be majority one race, but it's like the pocket of Black folks feel very invisible, underrepresented on a level that's different from the underrepresentation within the city of Atlanta, right? And they aren't heard, and they may feel afraid to speak up for themselves in certain spaces. That's what was going on in that space when I was being yelled at, we have to show up for them too. So who's the people that have to do it, right? So I think it is all very challenging, but at the same time, we have to never stop doing the work on behalf of the community members. And I don't know if anything that I just said was helpful, but I see them. And I think that this kind of started there, right? I see them. I know that I can't forget about them, right? If I look at the stats and I see that there's only 5% of this particular ethnic or racial minority in that city, they matter, and we got to show up for them too, or empower the local communities to help and support them too. So hopefully that was helpful.
That's great, and of course what you said was helpful, Nisha. I will say, I will uplift some of the themes I heard. So one is trust. We all have to work to build trust, and that takes time, and I know there are time constraints sometimes, but that's a part of the process for all of us. And the second one that sorry. Thank you. The second one is forming the relationships and building partnerships is probably is like very critical, right? So you said you went through the Community Action Agency. You went through libraries. I've heard some folks, they use churches or other or schools. Building those relationships is critical to the work as well. So thank you for uplifting that.
Yes.
Okay. Solomon, we're going to talk about data. Ready? Okay. So I know that Heartland Forward contracted with the state of Arkansas to do data collection. Okay. Can you tell us more about what type of data collection you did? What are some gleanings from that data that tell you about barriers for Black residents? What were some of the solutions or some of the projects or programs you guys might have, recommended as a part of that data collection as well? What do we want to know about your data collection?
Sure. Excuse me. So the project you're referring to, Heartland, was engaged by the state to support their digital skills and opportunity plan. We in turn engaged with members of a coalition we helped stand up called the Arkansas Connectivity Coalition, specifically the Arkansas Black Mayors Association, the Communities Unlimited, the University of Arkansas Cooperative Extension Service, Windrock International, and the University of Arkansas Center for Communication Research to help support the data collection. That project in and of itself was centered around, one, how do we collect the data? Two, how do we collect data in a way that is intentional? Because those are two separate conversations. If you ever been involved in a project of this type, those are two very different conversations. So working with those aforementioned partners, we constructed a plan that resulted in ultimately collecting 12,500 survey responses across 532 different zip codes throughout the state of Arkansas, which was amazing, and complete kudos to the partners that I mentioned. I want to make sure that this is not painted as a Heartland success. Communities Unlimited, Black Mayors Association, Cooperative Extension, and the University of Arkansas, Windrock, they were on the ground building the survey, conducting 32 different focus groups across the state, and to something that Megan and Anisha mentioned, I scribbled this post-it note here: legitimacy is created by blank. Right? You can't go into communities with this mindset of, I'm going to give them the answer that I want them to have. You have to go into a community with a mindset of, I'm going to listen, and they're going to give me the answer that I need. And then I'm going to take that answer and develop policy that benefits that community. And that is what we were engaged by the state to do. And complete credit to Director Glenn Howey and the team at the Arkansas Broadband Office. That is the charge they gave us. So what did we get out of that data collection effort? Several barriers were identified. None of these were new, but people lacked reliable at-home internet access. Many Arkansans rely on mobile internet access as their default means of access. People reported issues with service reliability and slow speeds throughout their community. High service costs were a consistent barrier. Low awareness to affordability programs. Consistent theme that we did hear where service was available, customer service challenges impacted their ability to effectively utilize that service. And there were limited opportunities for digital skills training, going back to Megan's block of questioning. I cannot stress enough the value of digital navigators. Those of you in the room that are doing that work, and we have had the honor of supporting digital navigators through partnerships with Lead for America's ACC program. See several green shirts in the room. Hey, y'all. The work is hard. The work is challenging, but the work is essential to the effective deployment of these infrastructure dollars. Not only is it essential to the effective deployment of these dollars, it is essential to closing the digital divide, not just in the Black rural South, but in the country itself. We cannot expect to simply bury fiber in the ground or point satellites in the ground, whatever methodology we're going to use to make service available, and walk away and expect communities to have the ability to leverage that infrastructure. It's going to take individuals like y'all who are in the ground, who are that trusted resource, that trusted face in that community to say, hey, this is how you use it. Can't stress the value of those individuals enough in terms of the digital skills training. All of those barriers were consistent with the data, went into the plan, informed the strategies, and were reflective of the work of the partners that I mentioned, and the community impact sessions that they did throughout the data collection process.
Thank you, Solomon. Okay, so right now, I think that we have some time to go to questions from the audience. And there's already a question. Wow, that's quick. There are two mics, so we're gonna ask folks, unless you are unable to, we're gonna ask folks to go up to the mics and get your questions in. And then if you aren't able to make your way to a mic, raise your hand and I'll try to identify you. The lights are really bright, so it's hard to see y'all, FYI. So if you do, just raise your hand and Paolo or Pamela or I will try and identify you. Can you say your name and your question and tell us where you're from?
Sure. My name is Tommy Nichols from Charlotte, North Carolina with Power Up USA. I've been in the digital equity space now for 4 decades, and it appears that every 8 to 10 years, there's a new initiative about closing the divide. So I've been there, I've seen it, and I'm still here. Our organization, what we have done, I'm always thinking, how can we really get this done? How can we remove barriers? And so what we have done was create a division called the Center for Digital Churches. And when you look at the rural areas we support North Carolina and South Carolina. I'm always driving through, going to the beach, and I see these pockets of Black folks in these particular areas, in rural areas. And I'm always asking the question, what are y'all doing here? But they're there. And so we feel that the church has such a significant role in being a digital hub in those unique areas. And so that's our big push for the Center for Digital Churches. And we do that by working with the churches as well as agencies who are looking to support churches in their particular area. We do curriculum support. We do digital navigation / digital disciples. We certify the church and encourage the digital pastor to exist in those local churches to do the work as well. And so we have a whole ecosystem that empowers the churches. And so my question is, what you guys think about the role of the church in fulfilling the mission of closing the digital divide?
So coalition building is key. I think in terms of a foundational tenet, this work cannot be done in a silo. In terms of building any effective coalition, especially geared toward the Black community, I don't know how you start without engaging your faith-based community. I think in terms of building trust, they should be the first conversation going into any community. Odds are they are going to be that trust agent. Going from there, public-private partnerships are key to sustaining the work in terms of bringing in those dollars necessary to bring that stability necessary to continuing that work in long term, as you well know. But jumpstarting that work, I don't know how you build a coalition without bring the Black church first.
Can I speak on that too? First, the churches are key, especially in the Black rural South, because you have a situation where you have a limited amount of community organizations. So, you know, religion aside, this is a community organization that literally has buildings and spaces that could then be wired for computer labs, training centers, after-school programs, STEM programs. Like, they could be, if they wanted to, an extension of the school, the library, or the greater community. I think sometimes where the challenge comes in at is the church leader may not fully understand how they fit in all of this. Depending on the age of the person, depending on the history of that church and the community, they may or may not be as open to it. So it's really important for organizations like yours, organizations like the Black Churches for Digital Equity, to be able to build the capacity of church leaders and church leadership to understand how their spaces fit within the ecosystem of the community, because we need them to understand it, come up to speed, and be open to then fully tap into the funding. To your point earlier about been there, done that, we've heard this so many times. It's because we're throwing money at it, right? And how much does it cost to close the digital divide? That's I don't know the number. I have no idea, but I just know we're gonna get something. And we got to make the most of whatever we get. And we, being each state, will get in a specific amount to address, again, right, to address the digital divide. This time, I'm assuming we learned from the last time. It's a lot more money. We're at least solving for, I'm using air quotes, internet access, fiber in the ground. Then there's another pot of money specifically for the digital divide work, which wasn't the case before. But at the end of the day, how much does it cost to close the digital divide? So it's going to keep coming back up. We're going to keep having to do the work. And we need our church leaders, particularly where you throw a rock and you hit 4 churches. We need them to be, to come up to speed. Or maybe it's like the youth groups at the churches. Maybe it's not the pastor. Maybe it's the youth department or someone else, And I think that there is a dynamic that we have to acknowledge about faith, community-based organizations versus like government and state and the money and how all that moves around. I don't really fully know how it all works, but like if, again, the church leaders and the community organizations can come together, the coalitions, to your point, if that organization is a part of a larger coalition that then gets the funding, then that can be distributed. But I think, you know, having those church organizations really start to see themselves not separate from the community, but a part of the actual community, is really going to make a huge difference on how they best engage in this process.
Oh, did you want to say something? Oh, yes, of course.
As you were posing that question, it made me think about how, because we've been talking about the trust factors and how to engage the community. And I think from what my observation has been dealing with community members, there's been an expectation that the church was supposed to have already known that this was happening, and the church was supposed to be on the ground doing the work before the government and everybody else came in. Because our churches are, that's kind of the focus, that's the vision, the people. And so when you have communities that don't feel supported by the work that churches are doing, then there's a divide there also. And so I would just encourage as many churches as are around to actually get in the community and see what the needs are, because we can't close it just from one perspective. It's going to have to be closed from all perspectives, and that trust factor has to be built back up again from the community members to the churches, along with community members and the government and community members and other agencies. And so there's a divide on so many different aspects. But I don't know the position that you sit in either. But I would just say to encourage churches to actually get involved more so in what's happening, because the people are expecting that the church knew that. You know, we being people of faith, you know, how could we miss so many marks? How could we miss it so often that people actually need help when that was what the church was supposed to be doing anyway? And so I would just encourage it from both aspects, that the fire needs to be lit from both sides, building the cohorts and the coalitions. You know, the church is saying, hey, I need to be there. You know, these things are affecting my community, just as well as, you know, from the government standpoint or the funding standpoint, saying, hey, these are needs that need to be addressed in these communities. And so I would just say a fire needs to be lit on both sides.
We're running short on time, but I can sense that Brandon wanted to add to that. No?
No, we can go if there's more questions.
No? Okay, you sure?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we're gonna wrap up. So that was a great conversation. Thank you all so much. You're all so full of knowledge and always guide me and help me in my work. So thank you so much. Thank you for all of you guys for hanging in there with us. We still have a little bit more of net inclusion left, so don't leave. But thank you for being here with us this morning. And you should see a QR code somewhere where you can scan it and you can evaluate the session and let us know what you think. Thank you. Please feel free to reach out to myself or any of these panelists if you have any other questions regarding this issue or many other. I learned so much from them, so they know a lot about a lot. But especially around this topic, you should reach out to them. They can give you their email addresses. We really appreciate having you this morning. See you this afternoon.
guys are really good. I like them a lot.
Okay, good.
They've been really awesome to work with.
Hey, testing, testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
There we go.
Yeah, sound good? I can hear it.
Yeah, I can hear her loud and clear even over the music.
Okay. Okay.
Digital equity is awesome. Very awesome. Digital inclusion for the win.
Hello? No? Hi? No? I think we're on. Okay, hi everyone. Happy last day of net inclusion. I would like everyone in here to give yourselves a round of applause for being the real ones, being the diehards, being here for the very last session. My name is Elizabeth Lindsay. I'm the board chair for NDIA, and I'm so excited to introduce our next event, which is a fireside chat. We are so lucky and thrilled and honored to have Alan Davidson here, who is NTIA administrator and the president's principal advisor on telecommunications and information policy. As administrator, Alan oversees a federal agency with more than 500 employees working to close the digital divide, manage federal spectrum resources, and build a better internet. Alan has spent the past 25 years working at the intersection of internet technology, public policy, and the law. In his roles in government, public interest groups, and companies, Alan has focused on how society makes choices about the technologies we build. Alan has been a longtime leader in the internet nonprofit community, serving as director of New America's Open Technology Institute, where he worked to promote equitable broadband access and adoption. As associate director of the Center for Democracy and Technology, Alan was an advocate for civil liberties and human rights online in some of the earliest internet policy debates. Alan will be joined by Angela Seifer, Executive Director of the National Digital Inclusion Alliance. Please join me in giving them a warm welcome.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm pretty excited to have Alan Davidson here. Am I losing my mic? I think I just lost my mic. Is it back? Can you hear me? No. I don't have a mic. AV friends, are you fixing my mic? Thank you so much. Awesome sauce. So excited to have Alan here with us from the U.S. Department of Commerce, who's in charge of a few $1 billion for broadband deployment and digital equity. Of course, we care a little bit more about the digital equity money, but there's that non-deployment part we also care about. Just lost my mic again, friends. Last day, I'm going to start to get snarky.
But you we love all our children equally, right? So, but maybe digital equity a little more.
So we're excited to talk to Alan about what's going on at Commerce, and recognizing that at the beginning of the conversation, we asked folks to lift their hands and tell us if this is their first time here, and we do have some first timers. So for those of you who are old timers, just be patient with us, because I've asked Alan to maybe start from the beginning a little bit, just because we have some new folks. So Alan, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. My goodness, look at all you beautiful digital inclusion people. I mean, this is really, exactly. Congratulations to you, Angela, and to NDIA. I mean, it is amazing to see how many people are here. 1,300 people, you said, this year. That is really incredible. To see the field growing. Thank you all for being here.
Okay, Alan, let's just start with some of the basics.
Yep.
We'll give you the hard questions later. There's the BEAD money, which broadband equity access deployment money. There's the Digital Equity Act money. There's the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program, right? There's these different funds right now. Can you just give us a quick overview of the different pots of money?
Right. Okay, so the backdrop for all of this is, we're investing tens of billions of dollars. We've never done it before. We're not going to do it again. We've got, within NTIA, about $50 billion that we're administering. The biggest pot of that is our state grant program, the BEAD program, as many of you have heard, and $42 billion, money going out to the states. The states and it's to connect, this is really an access program to make sure that everybody has the availability of a connection. Reliable, affordable, high-speed internet is our North Star, and making sure that everybody has access is the key starting point. The big milestones on BEAD, and this is a very big year for BEAD, because every state at the end of 2023 submitted an initial plan. They all got them in on time, so congratulations to the broadband officers who are here in the room. Now this year, we're going to be reviewing those plans. The states are going to be running challenge processes to make sure their maps are correct, and they're going to be doing their grant making. So this is a very big year, 2024, for BEAD, and that it impacts our digital equity agenda. Real quick, we've got a $1 billion middle mile program that's being implemented right now. There's a tribal connectivity program, $2 billion out the door, another $1 billion in a funding notice. We were getting applications that are coming in March, and that money's going to go out the door this year. So that's the backdrop, and I say that because for those of us who care about inclusion and equity, those programs are also important. It's not just about the Digital Equity Act, it's also about making sure that we leverage those programs in service of our ultimate goal, which is meaningful adoption, getting people to thrive online, digital equity.
Great, thank you, Alan. The Digital Equity Act funds, so there's the funds that go through the states, and then
Right.
there's the federal funds. So being a digital equity community, can you talk a bit about the funds that go through the states and how community-based organizations might end up with some of those funds?
So it's a almost $3 billion, $2.75 billion pot of money. It starts with digital equity plans, right? And every state and territory in America, it's very exciting, is going to have a digital equity plan accepted by NTIA in the coming months, right? And we've never had that before. And right, it's amazing, right? And it's been a huge amount of work. And many of you have been involved in this, and congratulations, it's been a huge amount of work. And we have a little breaking news today, which is very exciting, which is that NTIA has just accepted this morning, it's the first plan that we've officially accepted, the first digital equity plan, and it's from the state of Maine. And I have to say, it's very exciting to get the first one. There's a lot more to come, but congratulations to Maine. Maine actually did a terrific job. I think in some ways in our minds, like digital equity first, saying like we need to develop this plan so that the other work on BEAD, on deployment, on tribal, is informed by the approach to digital equity. And so they've got a plan that is the first one that we've been able to accept now. And I'll just say congratulations to the broadband office, Andrew Butcher, who should stand up, I think, so we can appropriately embarrass him. He's right here. Congratulations to Maine. Congratulations to Maine. So that's exciting, and we're moving forward, and there's a lot, as I say, a lot more to come. The next step is once we've got plans accepted, we will be starting up the state capacity program. It's probably around $800 million that's going to be in this first round, money to states to implement their plans. So this is something to pay attention to, and then after that comes our competitive grant program, which is direct grants, not through the states, for digital equity work. And that is coming, the way the statute works, a little complicated, but after we make our first award for the capacity plan, then shortly afterwards we can open up the competitive grant program. So this is all coming in the coming months.
Great. Okay, so if folks are interested in accessing, let's start with the state one, accessing some of the state funds, what's some guidance you could provide to them regarding accessing those funds?
Well, I think, I guess I would start by saying, like, prepare for this coming soon, right? That the state capacity grants, once we've got all the plans in, and you can just see they're coming in and they're going to be accepted, as I say, in the coming months. Be ready and be working with your states, with your broadband offices, with the folks who are doing digital equity planning in the state, because that's going to be an essential partnership. Yeah.
If someone hasn't talked to their state broadband office, where do they find that information?
They can find it on our website, actually, at NTIA, and or talk to the many NTIA people who are walking around this conference. They would be more than happy to direct you. We've got the lists online. We also have federal program officers in every state who are thinking about this, and they are here to be a resource for all of you. And not just on the BEAD program, where they're spending a lot of time, but on digital equity as well. I would also say, just quick words of advice, so get to know your state broadband folks, get plugged into their process. I'd say don't wait for this competitive grant process, even though there will be money directly going out into the field. I think the state capacity grants are going to be incredibly important. This is where implementation is going to happen, and that money, is important money to be part of. And then I would say also, we could talk a little bit about this, but get ready for the competitive grant process
Right.
too, because that's coming.
Right, okay, so two different pots of money.
Right.
One you access through your state or your territory, and then the other one you access through NTIA.
Right.
So you would apply directly to NTIA. What guidance do you have for folks as they think about those federal competitive grants?
So the federal competitive grants, I have to say, I mean, it's a first of a kind program. First of all, I should say, what's incredible here is the amount of money that we're putting out into the field, right? We're going to, in the coming years, put out more money, spend more money, federal money on digital equity than we've spent in the history of digital equity, right? So there's a lot of money. Yes, that's worth applause. Thank you, right? And it's really thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, President Biden's leadership, I mean, cares a lot about this issue and talks about it all the time. I think it makes, so we should just reflect on the fact that there's this huge opportunity. On the competitive grant process, the grants that we're going to be giving out, one thing that I have been thinking about, and concern is a strong word, but I used to run a nonprofit, a small nonprofit. I know how hard it is to apply for government money, right? And I think one thing that we are thinking about and want input on is how to do this well so that we can reach all of the many diverse small organizations that work in this field, right? And I'll just say, as a former nonprofit director, we know that it's going to take it's going to be hard for every organization to build up the infrastructure, the accounting systems, the grant writing, capacity that you need to apply for and then manage a federal grant. So we're really interested in how we can help do this at scale and think about ways to do that. So I would just say, we're going to put out a notice. It will have a lot of more detail about this in the coming months. But think about I'd say there's going to be strength in numbers, right? There's going to be strength in finding ways to scale up, to partner, and I say that because, not because it's going to necessarily be a requirement, but because we know that having hundreds of organizations all try to build up their federal grant making capacity for this these small set of grant rounds is probably not the smartest way to spend money in the field. So strength in numbers, think about partners, stay tuned for more.
So,
is that helpful?
Yes, no, that's perfect. That meshes perfectly with what Angie shared with us on her panel, Angie Bennett also from NTIA, about the necessity of those coalitions and bringing folks together. That also just creates a stronger proposal. We all know that, right? When you're covering more of the bases and you're able to say we're addressing these different aspects of what the application is asking us for, just looks better. So form those partnerships to have the best application that they're going to look at, and some of those partners may be in the room here today. Ellen, so these aren't the first grants that you all have been distributing. You've already been distributing the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program, the Connecting Minority Communities Program. What are some lessons learned and best practices that you've seen come in from those programs that these folks may want to hear about?
Interesting. I think a couple of things to think about. One is, needs vary widely. I know I don't have to tell you that. They do vary widely, and we've seen that among these different communities. There are communities where access is still a critical piece of the puzzle. And I was just thinking, I had a chance to visit Alaska a year ago, almost 16 months ago, and I visited a village on the shores of the Yukon River in the interior, where people were showing me their internet access bills. They are paying $500 or $600 a month to have very poor quality service access to the internet. And they pay it, and I don't want to say they pay it gladly, but they pay it because what would you pay if this was your lifeline to the outside world? We are going to fix that, not just by directly addressing affordability, but through access. We're actually we have a program through the Tribal Connectivity Program. We're going to be running fiber up the Yukon River, connecting these communities with very high quality service, and it'll bring down the prices radically. So in some places, that may be an extreme example, but in some places, you know, access is really a key component, and we've seen that in the program. The other thing is that we're seeing these programs start to we're leveraging these programs for what I think of as often digital equity purposes. So the Connecting Minority Communities program, for example, has been doing a terrific thing out of Oklahoma State where they're doing workforce training, fiber technician training funded by our CMC program, our Connecting Minority Communities program. We see a lot of innovative uses of our tribal money, including things like creating more native language content. So content that didn't exist before online, but is being created with an idea of how to both bring communities online and help them feel comfortable being online, but also creating a repository of cultural history and memory that is really powerful, and again is a reason that people want to be online. And one of the biggest things, I could say a lot about all these programs, but one of the things that I feel like I really, as I was saying it, that I really have learned from some of the tribal programs that we're running is that this isn't just about them receiving the internet. You know, like I think there's a model like of these communities, we're bringing the internet and all of the opportunities that come with it. And that is a part of it, like education and jobs and telehealth, all those things will be drivers. But another part of it is what we in the internet community receive when these communities get online, right? That we have access now to their culture, their local knowledge, their history, and it's really powerful to see it up close. And I think that that is a lesson I've really learned, that we don't build for, we build with, and that it's not just these communities that get benefits from access and adoption, it's all of us who benefit when they are online.
Thank you for that. So let's talk BEAD, Broadband Equity Access Deployment. This is the deployment. This is the very large program deploying fiber and other infrastructure around the country. When those rules were set, it goes over the priorities. Can you go over those priorities and then how the non-deployment use of funds fits with the other uses, please?
Right, so BEAD, our $42 billion state grant program, Congress was very clear about sort of how we spend this money initially, which is states first have to reach all of the unserved locations, and that is our starting point. That is our goalpost, right? We want to make sure that all of the unserved locations, those with less than 25 megabit download, 3 megabit upload speeds, those unserved locations all have to be served. Then the next priority is underserved, sorry. So unserved first, then underserved. Those are less than 100 megabits per second downloads. Once you do the unserved and the underserved, and we're asking states to certify this in their initial plans, once they've done those, that opens up an opportunity to do a number of different things, starting with serving community anchor institutions and other non-deployment purposes. And so it's been really interesting to see states put forward to us some of their ideas about how they'd like to spend the money. I will say, well anyway, so I think that's sort of like a little bit of a holy grail that some states are working towards.
Exactly, so this will be true in some states.
Right.
Right, that there will be funding to use for non-deployment. Do the states need to actually build out those infrastructure projects before they spend money on non-deployment, or can the fact that they know where they're spending it mean they can go ahead and...
If we've got a plan from them and we certify that they're going to reach that, they will be able to spend on these other purposes. And we're seeing that in some of the states. And look, some states, deployment is going to be a massive challenge, and we know that, and that's why the money is there. But there are a fair number of states that are going to be able to do some of these other projects, and that's exciting too. And you could think about it like there are some states that, there's a $100 million minimum. I didn't say that before in our BEAD program. Every state gets at least $100 million. Every territory gets at least $25 million. There's for some of those states, that money is going to be enough to reach anybody who's who's unserved and underserved. And we started to see, I can't really share too much about, because we're just starting to approve the plans, but we've seen some really innovative things out of the states. Louisiana is a great example. We've approved their plan. They've got a very interesting workforce program with their community college system to be able to lean into the workforce opportunities, the job opportunities that are going to be created here by build. We want these networks to be built and then sustained by the communities that they serve. And so leaning into that opportunity for workforce development was something really cool in Louisiana's plan. I'll just say, a lot of these plans are posted online. You can see there are a lot of other really interesting ideas. We've also seen some interesting ideas even in the sort of state challenge process, and in we're approving more of these first volumes of our plan, of folks' plans. One of the fun things I've seen that I really have enjoyed in looking through them is how people define community anchor institutions, and we've given states some flexibility. So out west, there are a whole bunch of states that have included national park ranger stations as community anchor institutions. Others have looked at community centers or daycare centers, and we've offered a fair amount of flexibility in that, and it's been interesting, kind of fun to see the creativity that the states have put into this.
So it makes sense then for this group to read their state speed plans.
Yeah.
Yes, because then that may open up another conversation with their states beyond their Digital Equity Act. Depending upon how the BEAD plan is written, there may be some opportunities for you to have a discussion with your state office about priorities.
How are they doing these workforce plans? How are they implementing this outreach to some of these community anchor institutions? These are going to be there are people in this room who I'm sure could help their states as they build out those programs, and it's worth looking because there's real money in there.
Okay, so a clarifying question for you, Alan. Does the state need to actually build that infrastructure project and spend down that money before they can spend money on their non-deployment projects?
I'm looking here. Is there like a lifeline? No, I'm pretty sure. I know the answer is no, they do not have to do that first. They're going to certify to us. We have to have confidence, and this is why we're approving our plans. And we're looking so carefully about our plan approvals. But when they have certified, and we believe and have confidence that they're going to be able to reach all of the unserved and underserved, we will allow, and they will start using this money for these other projects, and it's going to be very exciting. And so it's all happening soon, and we want that spending to happen because this is, of course, all part of how we are going to get people online.
And so I think that's a really important clarifying point for folks who care about how the non-deployment funds will be spent, that there's no need to wait. You might have an inclination to wait, and then you will have missed the window in which you can engage in a conversation with your state office.
And we're very much looking at these programs in an integrated way. The hope is it's not like there's a access deployment lane, and there's a digital equity lane, and there's a tribal lane. If we do this right, they're all part of the same lane, which is figuring out how to get people to thrive online.
Right. Okay. Awesome. I think we have time for 2 questions. Do I have a runner for the mic? Gina? Thank you. Thank you so much. Abby's rushing up too. So there's our 2 runners. Questions for Alan? Whoever Abby and Gina sees first. Okay, Abby,
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I'm really nervous asking this question, sorry. It's just like, my name is Wiley Goodman. I'm with the Berkshire Regional Planning Commission, so working with the Massachusetts Broadband Institute, which has been fabulous, and working on digital equity plans in 14 communities across Berkshire County.
Fabulous.
So we have a mix of sort of a small urban center in Pittsfield and then a lot of rural communities. According to the broadband maps, we look like we are served for the most part. And so we fall into this very difficult, challenging liminal space, I love that word, where we have mostly, but we're mostly in a monopoly environment, so we have a single provider. Of course, with ACP going away, the prices for everyone are going to go up, and we don't have a lot of wiggle room. And I'm really curious about policy, how the FCC is thinking about policy to encourage, reduce the cost of like make-ready work or things that we can advocate for in our municipal digital equity plans to help bring in competition in a monopoly environment where it's hard to encourage new ISPs.
So it's a terrific question. I've got a couple of quick things to say. First of all, affordability is a necessity, not a luxury here. I think we all know that. And the fact is, we haven't said a lot about it, but it's a key part of what we're trying to achieve in our programs, for sure. The second is, we haven't talked about ACP, but I know you've talked about it over the last couple of days, and I will just throw chime in to say, ACP is so critical. It's critical for affordability. I will also say it's critical for what we're trying to achieve, even on the deployment side. We know it's going to be a lot harder to deploy networks if there isn't a customer base on the other side of folks who are able to afford those networks. So we have not given up. We are pushing hard. And I think those who care, this is an important moment to be part of that conversation. So, and I'll say the administration has made it a top priority. It's in our supplemental request to Congress. There's a lot that's going on the Hill, and the next few weeks and months are going to be pretty critical here. Weeks, really, more than months.
Thank you, Alan.
And then the last thing I'll just say really quickly is this is a huge particular issue about what we can do. One thing that we have asked, and I'd be happy to talk about it more maybe offline too, is just because I know we're short on time, but I'll say we've asked states, we've required them to show us their plan for how they're going to deal with affordability, and not just low-cost option affordability, but what we've called some have called middle-class affordability. This question of how do we make sure when we're building networks and they're the only network there, or when network, when there is, that we've got a plan for making sure that they stay affordable. There's lots of different tools in the toolbox for that. And I think different states are taking very different approaches, but I think there's a set of interesting practices to look at. If you look at the totality of initial plans we've received, there's a lot of interesting approaches that are within those plans around affordability writ large, and we're going to try and pull those out and mine those, and I'd encourage you to take a look.
Okay,
so that was a long answer.
Yes,
but
no,
yeah.
we appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, last question comes from Laura. Very appropriate.
Hi, I'm Laura Breeden. I'm on the board of NDIA, and I've worked twice at NTIA, so I have
Nice to
some
see you.
idea I have some idea what's going on behind the scenes. Oh my God. And I really appreciate your candor as a federal official. That's not always easy. My question is any other country doing this? I mean, this is an amazing thing for our country to accomplish, that people would actually work on these plans and that we would have them from all 50 states and so forth. Do you know if this is happening anywhere else in the world?
It's a great question. Actually, it's interesting you ask. The short answer is yes, and we're starting to build a little community of practice among nerdy NTIA assistant secretary types around the world. I was just meeting yesterday with my counterpart from Germany. They're actually they're a little behind us. They're about to embark on a program. We're sort of comparing notes. The UK is actually about 18 months ahead of us. They have a program, actually, and they're deploying, their baseline is gigabit speed, so I was a little jealous. But, it's interesting to compare notes that, like, we have a high cost threshold that states are going to put in place. Every state's going to have a different high cost threshold for where they might use alternate technologies. Great Britain's doing almost exactly the same thing, and they have, it's like a 5,000 pound threshold, and then they go to satellite. So low Earth orbit satellite, that's their approach. So it's fun to compare notes with folks. I'm not sure, everybody's a little different. The European Commission is doing stuff. There's countries all around the world, hugely different challenges in different places. We're doing a lot of work on development in the global south. We're doing work with a bunch of different countries in Africa right now. Anyway, I think there is a growing community of practice. I'm not sure there's one I would point to that's quite the same. Digital equity, there's still a lot of focus internationally on more on access and deployment than I think there is on digital equity. And I do think we lead the world in our thinking on this. And when I look at the challenges, as I just think, about as you finish up your program here and go off, it's a lot of work, right? We've got one shot at this. We've been given billions of dollars. We won't get that chance again. We have to think about sustainability of this field because we're going to get this infusion of money, and then we don't know what the back end of it looks like. We're a diverse community. We're a community of small organizations, largely, some larger organizations. How do we deal with that? To me, the big thing that we can use this money for, and the thing that gives me hope, seeing this growing digital inclusion, net inclusion community, is our ability to do movement building. And that's what I think we really need to spend the money on. This is it. You are part of the movement. And we need that movement. It's not going to be just one federal agency or a couple of federal agencies. It's not going to be a couple of state broadband offices. It's not even going to be it's not even just the people in this room, right? It is going out there and building a movement of church groups, nonprofit groups, community centers, state and local governments, where everybody feels like part of their responsibility is to make sure that their neighbors, their communities are thriving online, and that we have meaningful adoption, that we put all the pieces together. And we're only going to get there if we are able to build that movement. So I just will say thank you, Angela, for your leadership. Thank you all for your leadership and your partnership in building this, and let us build that movement so that this idea of an internet for everybody becomes a reality at last. Thank you.
So big thank you to Alan for spending his valuable time with us and him seeing all of your beautiful faces and knowing our community. So thank you, Alan.
Excellent. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you again, Alan and Angela. Though he couldn't be here in person, we have a video message from Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. Senator Fetterman, Pennsylvania's firebrand Democrat, rose from small-town mayor to national figure. A champion for progressive causes like social justice and economic reform, he's known for his blunt talk and tattoos, advocating for everything from affordable health care to marijuana legalization. Let's check out the video.
All right. Hey, Pennsylvania. Now, let's have a real conversation here, and let's talk about broadband. Now, as Lieutenant Governor and now as a Senator, I've always maintained that it's no different than electricity or water or any of these kinds of basic utilities. I cannot imagine how any Pennsylvanian family can compete unless they have broadband in their home, as well as economic development as well too, whether it's telecommuting or whether it's a home-based investment. We must have broadband in every community all across Pennsylvania, and any rural community or urban environment across my state as well as across the nation. That's what I support that. And now I am proud to be very, very supportive of the Affordable Connectivity Program, and that really helps people all across Pennsylvania to get the broadband that they all deserve in order to be on par with other households in areas of Pennsylvania where they're able and they have the luxury of taking that for granted as well too. And now I'm really proud to be part of the bipartisan bill here that's investing over $7 billion on this crisis. Now, and I've spent time all across Pennsylvania in a lot of the red or rural counties, my phone is a paperweight. And now that's unacceptable. And I'm going to be continuing to push and support to develop the kinds of broadband infrastructure that parts of Pennsylvania deserve to have that. So they deserve that. Again, it's no different than any basic utility. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to say hello, and you can count on this office's support for broadband for anyone in Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Great. I can't believe that we are at our last plenary session, and we saved a really, really good one. I'm very excited about this. It's a discussion that we as a community really need. I'm very thrilled to introduce my friend and fabulous Deputy Director at NDIA, Gina Benjamin. And Gina is the head team NDIA organizer of this incredible conference. So thank you, Gina. Gina is passionate about using technology and data for social good. She has spent almost 20 years working in under-resourced communities and with underserved populations to close education and housing gaps. Gina created a Hacking IT, where she teaches teenage girls to get loud, get political, and get teching. Gina serves on 2 boards working towards equity, inclusion, and belonging outcomes. She's passionate about introducing Black and brown youth to technology and coding programs. Please welcome Gina Cooper Benjamin and our panel.
Okay, good afternoon, Net Inclusion. Thank you for those of you who are still in the room, and thank you for that clap. That one person, that was awesome. That was a wonderful introduction, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. And I don't like to take credit for other people's work, and it's the team that does all of this. So thank you to my fabulous team. My name is Gina Cooper Benjamin, and I'm the Deputy Director of the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, or NDIA. For those of you virtually or in this room who are new to the conference, NDIA advances digital equity by supporting community programs and equipping policymakers to act. The way that we do this is we provide spaces and opportunities for our over 1,600 affiliate organizations to come together for friendship, fellowship, fun, sharing, learning, thus net inclusion. So we're going to the way that this panel is going to work is I'm going to have the panelists introduce themselves. We're going to have a moderated conversation, and then I'm going to, hopefully we'll have enough time for Q&A at the end, and then we'll wrap it up. Before I get started, I'd like to just set some norms for everyone. Please be respectful for each other and the panelists. It's hard sitting up here. The lights are bright. They're in your eyes. Can't really see you, so side conversations can be distracting, or if it looks like your attention is elsewhere, it's a little distracting. Mind the topic. And let's enjoy this time together. And please write down any questions for the end, because even if you can't ask them for the Q&A, you could send messages to the team, to these experts. Okay, so I just want to make sure everyone's in the right place. There's no other place you can be, but I like to do this too. Right now, we're going to be discussing digital inclusion work in difficult political environments. Some of the outcomes for today are what it's like to do this work in tribal lands. We're going to cover impact and celebrations in a progressive city within a state trying to stymie progress, and then a framework for working across political differences in a large U.S. city. So thank you all for being here. Today I'm joined by Ernie Rasmussen of Bigfoot Communications of the Colville Tribes, Deb Sosha of the Enterprise Center of Chattanooga, and Catherine Crago Blanton who's involved in Austin Pathways and was a 2023 Digital Equity Champion. So thank you all for being here. Okay. To start, I'd like to invite each of you to introduce yourselves, share your names, your titles, your organizations, and then I like to start all difficult conversations with people uplifting a bright spot in their communities. So just share one bright spot from each of your communities. Ernie, you can go first.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Let's see, make sure I'm close enough. Hi, everybody. My name is, let me begin in the way that I've been taught and the way that I can respect my community. Poso on it, not. Hello, how are you? Yom Case Mau Mats Yom Kon. And it's just a small phrase that introduces myself and this age that we find ourselves in. And it's a line out of what is known as the spring story that I was taught when I was growing up in the Menominee Reservation in northeastern Wisconsin. And it's about a new emergence as spring comes forward and that we have an opportunity to see new growth. And I think following, the comments of Chairman Davidson and the conversation with our esteemed leader, Angela, we're in that moment. We find ourselves in that moment of renewed energy in this space to support all those marginalized voices, those historically marginalized, those folks that have been left behind, to all of a sudden find new roots, to sprout new roots, and to do good work. And so with that, I'll close, and I want to thank you for the opportunity and pass it on.
Ready? Yes. So I'm Deb Sosha, and I'm the president and the CEO of the Enterprise Center in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And we unite people, organizations, and technology to build an advanced and inclusive future for our community. So first, I'd love to shout out my colleagues at the Enterprise Center who did so for me a minute ago. They are both here, and I'm back home in Chattanooga. But I was asked to tell you what I love about my community. There are so many things I love about Chattanooga, but what I really love is our willingness to step up and solve big, chunky issues. So an example of that, in Chattanooga, when the pandemic started, our school children had no connectivity. I think you remember this. And so we got together with the head of our school system, the mayor, the local philanthropy, our municipal broadband system, which is EPB, and we actually have been able to connect 17,000 children to 300 megabit symmetrical as the floor, could be higher, at no cost to their families. So people like to think that that happened because we have a municipal broadband system, and to be clear, they are absolutely essential, but there are plenty of municipal broadband systems that didn't get it done. And so I'd say why we got it done is our willingness to work together.
Thank you, Catherine. Hey, friends. It's really packed, and many people I see suitcases, and it's great to see everyone again this year. I am Catherine Crago Blanton. In my day job, I lead a digital inclusion initiative at Austin Pathways, a nonprofit of the Housing Authority of the City of Austin. And when we started this conversation, Gina, about my role in volunteer work and being a founding member of the Texas Digital Equity Network, which is a loose coalition with many friends in the room. I think Deanne Cuellar is here, and I know CTN is here as well. Sky Downing, Maniri Jester, I know Jess Ross is here, and John Spears is not, but many of us, we came together to really respond respond to, BEAD and DEA rolling out so quickly, how can we fill in those missing pieces for those agencies that are charged with living the spirit of the law and the funds? I actually started my career in digital inclusion at the Texas Department of Insurance, consulting on how to, make sure those TDI services were available to Texans through digital tools, but also when that hurricane comes and people are, suddenly on the wrong side of the digital divide, how do we recover more quickly?
Okay, thank you all. Okay, before I get into questions with the panelists, I have 3 questions for you guys, okay? Christy said she would mic run. Is there okay, thank you, Christy. So I want one person to answer each question, okay? If you're working in a difficult environment, name one thing you're wondering if you can keep going with that. So think about your current environments. If you're working in one of those difficult political environments, name one thing, maybe it's an initiative, a project, a program, you're wondering, a policy, I don't know, you're wondering if you should keep going with that work. I also have a different version of that question too, so. Okay, so what is one thing you are wondering if you should start with this in these difficult environments?
Hi, Jamie Harris with World Education. One question that I'm wrestling with is the use of the term inclusion and how to approach work in environments where inclusion, diversity is not encouraged. What's a good approach?
Thank you. Does anyone else want to have another challenge that they want to raise? Sorry, I can't, the light is so bright.
Thank you for that question. Yes, in the political environment, this is our work. It's to include people. It's to provide equity and opportunity. How do we actually do this equity work when inclusion, equity, diversity is surrounding us, but we have to eliminate it out of our job title? I understand the difference in opportunity and equity. Can we add opportunity to it instead of eliminating what we're actually doing? I just want to open that conversation.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there one more? And then I'm going to get into my questions because I think these are topics that that the panelists will. Isaac up front has a question. Can you stand up, Isaac? And Abby's coming to you with the mic.
Thank you. I guess one thing that I've been wondering about a lot is, related to digital inclusion work, there are certain entities and organizations that, might stand in the way of achieving certain goals related to digital equity. And since these organizations do have a lot of power and influence, I'm just wondering, if we truly did want to work towards digital equity, emphasis on the word equity, how do we navigate working around these organizations that do hold a lot of power and stand in the way of achieving equity?
Thank you, Isaac. Okay, so this was just an opportunity for the panelists to hear some of what's in the audience, what's on your brains, what's on your minds, so that they can craft some of their responses to answer some of those questions. I'm going to start my questions with Ernie. Okay, Ernie, you and I have had plenty of conversations, and you've really done a great job of helping me, I still have a lot of learning to do, but to understand some of the intricacies between federal government, tribal government, and digital equity, right? And so I want you to share with the audience, what are some of those challenges? Especially as they relate to the different sectors, like let's say healthcare, and then what are some of the solutions that you see what are some of these problems or some of these hurdles?
So beginning with the end in mind, right? Go back to some of our traditional teachings of, what is our vision for the work that we're doing? And we've heard some comment around coalition building coming from Chairman Davidson. And I want to recognize again that the power of coalitions, when we consider there's 574, federally recognized tribes, and the common misnomer out there is that if we're connected with a tribe, and so that is my representation, and that's my connection to all of Indian country. And then rather than approaching it as this is, and you can extract from this your own understanding of connection to community. If I'm going to say that I'm connected to this one community, I'm connected to this one community. If you know one tribe, you know one tribe. You don't. There's so much language diversity out there. There's cultural diversity. And we talk about the challenges around cultural competency with digital navigators coming into communities and really understanding the work that's necessary for it to be sustainable. And I'm going to offer again coalition building as a real key to success. That does not happen in a vacuum. That happens in places like this. That happens in places where it's been intentionally carved out for voices that have been marginalized, voices that have been left behind, and for them to be elevated, for them to be amplified. I want to call out that NDIA 2 years ago in Portland announced a transformative partnership with Amerant Critical Infrastructure. Amerant Critical Infrastructure is an organization that works to protect tribal communities from harm. And this space, this emerging digital equity space, is one where there is an opportunity for harm. Additional harm to communities that have been underrepresented, been left behind, and coalition building, and through folks like Angela and NDIA to create the opportunity to bring people together and create coalitions, help understand where the resources are that are going to support those coalitions, because it's one thing to say, yes, we got a coalition, it's another to resource it. And by bringing in NDIA and Amerant Critical Infrastructure, resourcing a staff person at Amerant, from Amerant to NDIA, to continue the coalition building that was necessary in Indian country to protect us from that harm, is a key component to success. So I'll stop there before I take all the time.
Thank you, Ernie. Deb, I'll ask you a question. So we've had many discussions about the incredible work you're doing in Chattanooga to advance digital equity, and some of the work you're doing while supporting LGBTQ+ community members. You've made it clear to me that you understand that this is an issue within the political systems that you navigate, and it's not isolated there. This is happening across the country, right? So I guess my question to you is, while advocating for community members, how do you balance? Like, how do you advance digital equity? How do you advance digital equity while doing some of that, while addressing other inequities, and still end up in front of the governor on working on the digital equity plan? How do you do that? And then I think people could really use, you've been doing this a while, so people could really use some guidance, especially younger people who, if, for instance, I might not go into a room and say some of the things you say. How do we do that without, like, getting fired,
Well, first I want to acknowledge that this conference was going to be in Chattanooga this year. And the decision to move it here was in part due to the proposed and passed anti-trans laws in Tennessee. The scary news is that there are only 3 states that do not have proposed or passed anti-trans laws in our entire country. So we, as a collective, need to be standing with our trans friends, neighbors, and really advocating for them. And so it's true, in standing up for those who are targeted, I have an advantage because I'm old. I'm on the other end of my career from a lot of folks in this space. So I feel like I can speak up and be a bit more edgy in my comments. I don't have children at home to support, just those grandbabies. But I don't have children at home to support. I'm close to retirement. It's okay. I can be a little bit more bold than I think I could early in my career. By the way, though a lot of folks will tell you that the folks in the South don't want to use equity, I use that word every day. So I don't get a lot of pushback about that. So the advice, if I were giving advice to young folks, I have 6 quick comments I'll make. One, join a larger group of people who are also speaking out, because there's power and safety in numbers. Tell the story. Don't just say this law is awful. Talk about why and who is being impacted, and better yet, have somebody who is impacted tell their own story. Legislators are motivated by voters. If we push back, it is helpful. The more we do that, the more likely the outcome will be different. Encourage people to call their legislators, far more effective than an email. Share the process for commenting on notices of proposed rulemaking at the FCC. It's so easy, but people are sometimes intimidated, so help people do that. Understand that for some legislators, going against their party is fraught. And if that's the case, guess what? We need to elect somebody else. So run for office. Get somebody you know to run for office. Vote every time you can. And really push forward alternative candidates. Next, build a coalition of like-minded people. Get someone who is older, maybe, or who has the ability to push harder to be the spokesperson. And I think if you know me at all, you know I'm going to say trust, right? Because it's all related to trust. We need to work on building trust, not just with those we serve, but with each other. We need to build stronger coalitions. And what I tell folks is the time to build that network, sort of as Ernie was talking about, is before you need that network, right? So we need to be working together, and we need to be doing it now.
Thank you, Deb. Catherine, you and I bond often over like human-centered approaches, so you putting people first. You talked to me about ways to ensure, and you in Austin, you have to work across different political ideologies, right? It's one of the biggest cities, and there are a lot of different views. You, while working across differences, how do you make sure there's equity in decisions? You and I discussed a 3-factor framework. You talked about financial, strategic, operations. Can you go back a little bit into that strategy for folks, especially those of us who have to work across different political ideologies and, uplift shared goals?
Yeah, well, I guess, it's interesting because, Deb was talking about that storytelling, that's really important. And, if you picture your state, there's a geography of stories across the state, and those stories are grounded in those deep roots from those areas of the state where there's, maybe varying political ideologies. There is a geography of trust. There is a geography of trust across the state, and in Texas Den, for example, there are members of that coalition who volunteer, who come from counties across the state who have very different ideologies at times, but they know how to tell the story of their constituents, of the people that they serve, and their hero's journey. Those individuals have to cross the same chasms that, those individuals in the east part of the state have to cross those same chasms as the individuals in the south and the west part of the state. A shared journey that we all have, that when greatness is thrust upon us, it's often because, what is driving our work? It's a technology roadmap. You see Dell outside, they have a great bot that's like answering questions in the context of digital equity. Like, I don't know if you all have tried, but it's in the context of digital equity. Here's the answer to your question. And Dell has a technology roadmap. Broadband companies have technology roadmaps. Educational tech companies have technology roadmaps. And the issue that we have as these things are rolling out is there can be timing mismatches, right? Everybody doesn't collaborate on that. There can be stressors and shocks that happen. And, you know, the only way that we have, that I know of, to overcome those stressors and shocks, you know, when the future doesn't unroll as we anticipate, it's that human dimension. That's the human connection. The human connection is what drives technology adoption. Going back to the 30s, you know, the government was like, how can we make more food for Americans? And let's go talk to the farmers across the Midwest. These studies have been done for decades and decades. The only thing that drives technology adoption is I trust my neighbor, and my neighbor has said that, you know, they're using this and it's working and it's making a better future for their family, for society. And so that is something that we kind of all share. In terms of decision making, every organization designs, develops, and deploys, evaluates technologies, and there are some decisions in that process that humans have to, that people with lived experience have to be a part of.
Thank you, Catherine. Okay, so I have more questions, but I also want to hear from you guys because I think that the panelists would like to hear some questions from you. So we have two mics in the audience. One is on a stand. Well, Christy has one. I can see Christy, and Abby has one. If you have questions for the panelists, how about you raise your hand and I will try and guide the mic holders to you. There's one in the back, Christy.
Okay, raise your hand. Oh, me. Who? Oh.
Thank you so much, and for all of the risks that you've taken to accomplish the work that you have achieved already. I think we've been hearing a lot about coalition building, and even the word consortiums coming up, and in the context of a lot of money. And I think for me in college, I was taught that politics is the allocation of scarce resources, which means this is going to be one of the most political moments. So my question is, do you have advice for those of us who are doing the work, who may be invited into spaces with people who aren't really doing the work very well, to get the work done together, because they may already have the power or the spot at the table?
That's a great question. I can tell each of you wants to answer because you're all looking at me. Okay, who wants to go first?
So one of the things that I want to jump into is, again, where does that power lie? And again, as a tribal government, there's a requirement on state broadband offices for consultation. It is a check the box moment. They can go back to NTIA and they can say, yes, we have done tribal consultation. That is not a real relationship. It is not a real government-to-government encounter. It is simply a moment where they ask, what do you want? And what are your concerns, and how can we be a better partner? And then they can simply walk away and never act on that. And we actually have that example that exactly happened in Washington State. We went through a process of tribal consultation, and 2 weeks later, we said we do not want our data to be used out of the context of it benefiting the tribal community. We do not want any type of project or funding to go to an outside agency that says they're going to provide those services to our community. 2 weeks after that consultation, they made an award to an organization that misspelled the name of the Colville tribes. They put us on the hook for data reporting to the project, and we were an unfunded partner. Again, so we're challenging, not just the Washington State Broadband Office, but all state broadband offices that have a requirement to tribes to begin to develop an authentic relationship, to get into that place where we can understand what our differences are, how we can benefit each other, and begin to give back. So that 3 R's of relationship, respect, and reciprocity becomes one of those key components to actually getting beyond these nebulous and difficult, where does the power lie? And as the tribal liaison for the Washington State Department of Commerce, one of the things that I saw happen was this incredibly terrible dynamic where the director of the Department of Commerce, the largest agency in the state, sat down with and she was just a tiny woman at the time, just tiny. And she sat down with a big burly tribal chairman and she said, "How can I help you?" And just immediately, his body language went down and the power dynamic in that room went from, I have resources, you do not. What can I do? You know, what you need me more than I need you. So we changed the language. How can we partner? That was my challenge back to that director. How can we partner with you? Because we know that, just as Chairman Davidson had said, when internet is coming to those communities, we will benefit more across society from inclusion of all these voices than just saying, hey, we're here to connect you so you can engage in e-commerce, and the way I say it is social media and shopping. So, you know, it's a great question, and it's incredibly challenging process to get through, and I'll stop there.
Thanks, Ernie. Catherine?
I mean, that image, right, of that letter of support, right? That image of, we need a letter of support. And by the way, what page is that on in your proposal? In your 250-page proposal, it's page 251, right? I think we have to, I mean, just very tactically picking up on that, we have to look for, you know, when we talk about what is an authentic relationship, the tactics of that, the practical, the calculus of that could be, what is the frequency of our interaction? And how long will that interaction last? So one of the things that, you know, in my day job at the Housing Authority of the City of Austin, that we do is when we have funding, we require the funder to engage residents in each part of the delivery of the work. They're going to be there when you're designing this, they're going to be there when you're developing it, they're going to be there when you're deploying it, and they're going to be there when it's evaluated. And it's a two-way street. You're not just going to open the door of you know, the community room at this property. Those residents are going to come and open the door at your office. And you're going to have this kind of validation process that's happening, you know, step by step. But we have to have a lot of courage, you know, in our coalition building and other venues, not to take money without that engagement, right? We have to say, like, you know, thank you so much, and there's time that we're requiring. There's some emotional labor here. There's some unpaid labor, typically, that needs to be paid. Those residents should be paid for their work.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Catherine. Deb, did you have something you wanted to add? Okay.
So I love your story. I hate that it happened to y'all, but it's so indicative of an issue that exists across the country. And I heard somebody talk about something similar this morning, a woman from the panel on what's happening in the Black South. And really it's not about us without us, right? And I think we need to take that to heart. And I think your suggestion of saying, how can we partner, really helps. But I guess my biggest worry at this very moment in time is there is a ton of money coming. And I'm worried that folks will claim knowledge that maybe they don't quite have, will take on projects they may not be able to successfully complete, and then go away when the money is gone. And I saw this happen during the Obama stimulus grant years. We received one of those way back when, and what happened afterward was, you know, a lot of those organizations were just plain gone. So I'm going to suggest something probably a little controversial, but I'm going to say those of us who know what we're doing need to give away what we know. We need to purposefully and powerfully connect people, and if that is our goal, we can't have ego in this game. We need to help others to do what we know will be successful so that we can have an end result of everybody connected.
Wow. Abby, okay, thank you. Can you say your name, your organization, before you ask your question, please?
Hi, good afternoon. Amanda Berkson-Shulcock from National Skills Coalition, and thank you for this really important panel. My question is about all of us working in these difficult political environments are making choices every day about which compromise is worth it. And so my question for you is, what are the touchstones or the guidelines that you use for yourselves when you're deciding if a compromise is worth it, in terms of partnering with an organization or a person who might support other things that you very much do not support, in terms of making sure that we're not throwing our vulnerable colleagues and community members under the bus in order to try to accomplish some other goal? How are you making decisions about which compromises are worth it?
I'm happy to tell you, I am stubborn, and it's really hard for me to make a compromise. I would say, for me, it's about what my heart and soul can tolerate. And it can't tolerate people being unkind to anybody. And so if that's part of what this potential partner does, I can't be part of it. Would I give back money? Yeah, I really would. There may be another partner who can tolerate it, but I can't tolerate us othering anybody, right? That's not how we do our work. And in the end, if we want people in the community to trust us, we have got to be who we say we are. If we say we're about equity, we dang well better be about equity.
Well, I'm reflecting on, I remember once I got to interview a legend in the semiconductor industry, Dr. Tadashi Sasaki. And one of the things he said was, people need two things in this world to survive. One is food and one is information. I asked him, how do you know if a partnership, the Japanese think so far into the future, and the Americans only think to the next quarter. So how do you know if your counterpart is trustworthy for a long-term relationship? And he said, when I ask them who they're solving this problem for, they will talk several generations down the line, even if it's a short-term solution. Then I can trust that other person. And that just strikes me as something that, we can apply even in this context to really understanding the heart and the motivations of our counterparts doing this work. And then, of course, backed up by, as has been suggested, maybe we now have a templatized NDIA kind of contract around the relationship authenticity tests. But yeah, I think we really have to search deep. We have to have those deep conversations about the future.
Thank you. Are there other questions?
There is.
Okay. Can you please say your name, your organization, and before you ask your question?
Yeah. So hello, I'm Jonah D. Hart Thompson. I work with ACC, and my host site is Clemson University. So coming from the rural South, I come from an impoverished community, also rural. And my question is, I've spent a lot of time in spaces like local governments, like listening sessions for nonprofits and other various things like that. And I'm just curious as to what's the best way that I can give voice to those who maybe do not have voice without stepping on their toes or misspeaking for them. And I know an obvious answer is to listen, and I know another obvious answer is to let them speak. However, in my community, sometimes that's not an option. So I just want to make sure that I'm speaking correctly if I do. Thank you.
What you might want to do is pull together what you believe is the story and share it with them and say, is it okay if I share your story this way? And if not, how should I be sharing your story? I think it's a tricky one because I always would rather let people tell their own stories, but you're right, we don't always have that luxury. Videotape sometimes is another option, but if you have to tell the story for them, I would run it by them first and ask if this was okay.
I'd echo that sentiment. Seeking permission to share story is typically how I operate when it comes to Indian country. It's really difficult for me to make an assumption. I think it's very bold of me to make an assumption. So I simply just humble myself and ask, is it okay for me to share this story? I want to share the story of, the folks that I work alongside with, all the young leadership. And I'm so proud of, them, Mikhail Sundas from Gila River, and the work that he's doing pulling together coalitions. Leslie Hardwick, and Marklee Madera from the Spokane tribe and the work that they're doing to pull together coalitions. Those are amazing stories. Our own Davida Del Mar, in creating this space. Again, I didn't come up here to even say those names without asking their permission first that I can even mention them. H. Trossel from the Minneapolis Reserve, and the fact that she's out there assessing, researching, and is open to challenging research questions around ACP and its impact in Indian country. Shannon Rosenbaum, who's doing work in the Inchelium community, doing the Inchelium Cultural Research Center to bring back an identity in that community when they were a tribal community that was determined to be extinct by the Canadian government, only to find out, only to have to go through a process to reassert. So it's humbling and it's my honor to actually speak these people's names here in the stage. And I think if you take that as your responsibility to being in that position that you're in, to approach these, ask the permission, and then to carry forward your burden to share their story. So congratulations on being in that position.
Yeah, thank you for your work. And I think looking at there are artifacts, there are objects that reflect the inequities in our society, who has a voice and who doesn't. There are bylines in the paper, there are agendas, and to the extent that you can make space, flip that script, flip that agenda, who goes first? Is it the person who's making a big check with the money is going to address the audience, or is it the person that surveyed their community to find out, hey, what are the needs here to go get that big check? Who's first on the agenda? When a story is basically written, I see this all the time by people, with lived experience, can that person share in that byline? And so I think that making space and asking that question, how are we making space for these voices, that could be a way for you to negotiate through those artifacts, that sharing.
Thank you all. I have to be really honest right now. I lost track of time at some point, and so I have no idea how long we've been talking. I think we are close to wrapping up. Okay, there's a question up front from Mikhail. Do we have enough time for Mikhail's question? Okay. Okay. One question from Mikhail, and then we're going to wrap up.
I do apologize for grabbing the mic so close to time. I actually wanted to ask Ernie if you could share one of your stories before we close. Something that you told me before, and you totally say no if you don't feel comfortable. But it's about this very thing of maybe like a state wanting to take credit and celebrate before the tribe was ready, even though the tribe was the one that was doing the work. Can you share this story with us?
Yeah. Thank you, Mikhail, for the question and the opportunity to share. And it resonates across all communities because I think it even just builds off from the comment, the question from in the back, and letting your community own their own story. We have this sense of, and I push back on it, saviorship, that the government other organizations are going to come in and save the community, and that they're going to be, you know, and even if they use the right language around partnership and all these other things. And so in Washington State, deep into the pandemic, the Ho tribal community, which is a tiny tribal community on the coast, out on the very western coast of the United States, completely isolated. And this is before Starlink became so mainstream, before everybody was able. They were one of the first communities to get it. And of course, Starlink didn't give it to them. They had to buy it. They had to pay for it. They had to pay the monthly fee, all this. But they were able to get their Starlink through the assistance of the Washington State Broadband Office, through the assistance of the Department of Commerce, and then of course the governor's office was a part of the whole thing. And as the tribal liaison at the time, one of the things I told the Washington State Broadband Office, with a very charismatic leader who loved to have these political wins, a commerce leader who was, you know, highly political at the time, and of course a governor who was considering running for president at the time, they asked if they could do the press release. They've connected the Ho tribe with this cutting edge technology, and I just said, no, that's not your story. That is not your story to tell. There is no reason that the Ho tribe had any reason to trust you in that partnership. But they did. And they're going to wait, and they're going to see if it even works before they're going to even comment on it. So they sat on it for about 2 weeks, and then the Ho tribe sent out a little tweet that said, it works for us. Getting internet used to be like paddling upriver with a spoon, and now we're connected. This is a game changer for us. And just like that, the governor's office and everyone else piled on, and they did their own press release. You know, they're so proud of the partnership and everything, and it became, of course, very political. When you have wins like that, you know, control your narrative, keep control of your story. It's your story, and don't let someone wrestle it away and take credit. Make sure it's about you. And so, so thank you, Mikhail, for the opportunity to share that.
Yeah. Okay. I want to thank our panelists. Sorry, we're going to wrap. Thank you. Oh, no. I want to thank our panelists. You guys are awesome and great. Thank you for all the time you put in prepping. Thank you to the audience for closing out with us. Elizabeth's going to get on stage. We're going to say one final goodbye. Maybe have a dance party?
Sure.
Some Beyonce?
Of course, Beyonce. Who else would it be? I'm going to grab this microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Can we have one more round of applause for this phenomenal panel? What an amazing way, helpful and inspirational to end our conference. So we did it. It's over. I can't believe it. I cannot imagine how tired the NDIA staff are, so I really hope you all get some sleep tonight. This was so much fun, so much information, so much talking, reconnecting with people we know and love, meeting new friends. It's just been amazing. So on behalf of the entire NDIA team, the board of directors, the staff, and all of our volunteers, thank you all so much. Thank you for joining us here. Thank you for the incredible work you are doing in your communities. Thank you for sharing and participating. Thank you for expanding the community this week. I had so many people who came up to me and said this was their first net inclusion, and they felt so connected and so welcome. And I know that has been Angela's guiding principle, that no matter how big we get, it's so important that we feel connected, and it's just been wonderful to see that. So please, please, please keep up with us, keep up with the community all year round. You can put the listserv on digest so you don't have a million emails coming in a day. Come to our monthly community calls or A+ calls if your org is part of our Affiliate Plus program. Very excited. Please save the date for Net Inclusion 2025, which will be in Gila River from May 20th to the 22nd, 2025. But please, again, don't wait until then to stay connected. Please join NDIA if you're not already a member. You can join as an Affiliate Plus, or a friend online at digitalinclusion.org/join. And before we go, let's take a very quick look at a couple of highlights put together by Yvette Scores, who everything you see, the posters, the videos, the PowerPoint, everything I say has come from Yvette. So let's give Yvette a huge round of applause. get a little tear in their eye watching that. So finally, please share your feedback with us. I mean, I think this conference was amazing and close to perfection, but we always want feedback. We're always thinking about how we can do things better. So there's a QR code on the slides. You also will have an email in your inboxes that has a survey. So please take a few minutes. It would be so helpful for us, so we can continue to make this an inclusive space as well as just a fabulous experience in general. And very last thank you again to Angela and the entire NDIA team. You all have been working for over a year on this, and we appreciate you so much. So please join me in thanking them. So everyone, safe travels, go birds, fly eagles fly, and we'll see you next year at Net Inclusion 2025. Thank you.
Dom.